for the last property owners out there. And, but we're continuing to hopefully move toward completion on those properties. Old Mountain, the plan is to get it out to bid on the 9th, or the week of the 9th or the 16th of this month. So that one's moving forward pretty quick. Our STP paving projects, getting approval from WashDOT. Probably not going to have not going to get it to add until March. They unfortunately have a chip seal project that basically starts where Roosevelt, our Roosevelt paving project starts at the bottom of the hill at 14. And so coordinating, getting someone to make a decision on our construction signs, coordinating with their construction signs is really what's holding us up. So as soon as we get that, we'll be ready. And the other safety grant projects, we're just kind of waiting for WashDOT decisions to move forward with those. I think we're pretty much ready on the countywide edge lines, but not so much on the guidepost piece.
Mm-hmm.
Maintenance guys are working, if we get winter, they're ready. But otherwise, we're getting a lot accomplished on our roadside vegetation removal. So east side, and also doing some grading. West end, pretty much the same. Lots of vegetation removal, which is a challenge over there because things just grow much faster and taller.
How often do you guys do the vegetation removal and the ditch clearing and that kind of stuff on
Pretty
any
much-
given road?
Yeah, pretty much every spring and fall. There's kind of that where we start to have moisture. We're kind of
Right.
in between
I'm
seasons.
just saying, I guess, I mean, it's a huge county. There's no way you can cover every ditch and every roadside, but I mean, you just get them when they come needed, or how do you pick and choose which ones get done and which ones don't?
Try to do the arterials every year.
Okay.
And then from there, as it grows up, so if you plow, when the snow hits it, it falls into the road, or you start losing sight distance.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, or we do complaint driven as well. And then we try and keep the mowers going as long as we can until it's just too dry to mow.
Right.
So
I say you got a lot of territory to cover.
we do.
Yes.
Okay, the other thing that's kind of challenging right now, we have on the west side, there's 7 logging sites that are open. And up in the higher elevations, we're still getting some freeze thaw. So we did have to shut one group down off of Bill Moore Road because they were starting to tear it up. So that's just what happens this kind of year, or this time of year. And actually it should be more colder and frozen right now, but it's not.
Yeah.
So spring's a little early. The new building, so you should have attached the change order that I talked about previously, the $61,000 change order. We have been working on this one for probably about 4 or 5 months. And this has to do with the access control, so our card reader system. So our architect got the plans, everything in the architectural piece showed the card readers on most of the doors. But the problem was the electrical contractor didn't have it on his set of plans. So we argued that we got part of it right. We didn't get it all right. And so we ended up, okay, we'll split this. We'll pay for half and you guys can pay for half because we did make the effort and part of the information was there and you should have looked other places. So with that, I think originally it was $110,000 for everything, and now we're down to $61,000. So we've worked our way down, at least in cost. And so it was worth the effort to spend some time on it. So since it's above $50,000, these change orders come to you guys for approval. And so next week, what I do, if you're okay to move forward, we put it on an official change order with a signature for the board and move forward with it. So the change order is there. There's a lot more detail, but what I explained is basically the bulk of the change order. There are other things thrown in there because What they do is they keep collecting things, and then, okay, now we're gonna put it together in a change order. So it has the card readers, the additional card readers, as well as some other door and equipment and changes. So if you look through the sheet that is basically will be the cover of the change order that you'll see next week, this lists everything. And so you can see that there's lots of items, but the big one is the card readers. And then you can also see there's some things that are credits in here as well. So I think I don't have the whole change order. The cost of the card readers is the largest portion of this change order. And you can kind of see the electrical breakdown from Hagee for that. And they kind of give a little more explanation of what we agreed to in their submittal, which will be part of the official change order.
It seems reasonable, other than $4,000 a card reader, but I mean, that's what they cost, I guess.
That's the card reader, the wiring back to the brain, all the equipment necessary to connect it for each one. Yeah, and then the cards that we'll eventually get to use.
The little plastic.
The little plastic.
I don't
yes.
think this probably costs
It
much.
didn't, yeah.
No.
$3,999. It's government.
It's
You'd
the
be
nickel,
surprised.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. How much do the doors cost?
The doors are probably cheaper.
Yeah,
They're
that's what I
much
was
cheaper,
thinking.
yeah.
The door is cheaper than the card reader
Yeah.
that
Yes.
opens the door,
Most expensive.
that
part of the
unlocks the door.
So if the door access controls on the unit cost for those 27 is 1,527, and the change orders for 4,000 a pop, is the difference, how's that figured?
I saw that. I'm speculating, but I think the actual hardware is 1,500 and the balance is the cost to have the wire, the
Yes.
electrical installed, which is
Yeah.
still.
Well, no, because there's a raceways, fittings, box, device covers, raceway labor, all that gets taken off.
Are you back in the detail, Jake?
Yeah, I'm on the Hage Electric Construction Service one, and it says door access control, 27 of them at 1,527. And they're taking.
But that's the strike through line, right?
Yeah, that's on the strike through line.
Oh. Yeah, so. $32,000. 71. So this is the original proposal, and if you flip to the last sheet, you can
Yeah.
see the deduct on it. So it's their attempt, but the verbiage up above that says what we've agreed to. It's not the total, if you added all those items up, of 116,000. What we've agreed to is the 4,000 a pop. And they actually agreed to pay for 11. The county agreed to pay for 11 at 4,000. So they deducted theirs, and then just we're paying only for ours.
So how many so 116, so that was the per, what I'm assuming they did is they figured out about what the per unit cost of it installed. That's how they came up with the $4,000.
Yeah.
So did they arrive at that by $116,000 in the original bid was X number of, and it came to about $4,000. I mean, I don't have my calculator, but so how many is there? So if there was 20, is there 20? It seems like I saw somewhere there's 27 total.
There is, yeah. There
So,
is
so
now, but
116.
that's not how many were in the plan set.
Okay, so how many in the plan set cost $116,000, do we know?
22.
22. So they actually cost a little more than 4,000 a piece.
Yeah, but we don't have to buy everything. So we have one brain
Okay.
and other equipment that operates the controllers, but
Okay.
we don't have to pay for that again.
Say it's almost cheaper just to hire employees to open the door.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. $4,000.
Yeah, just put some people to work and.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave, here's the door.
Yeah, here's the door. Carlton, the doorman. Yeah, I know you. You're, or I don't know you.
So we also got rid of the card reader in the elevator so that you can go.
Yeah, we don't need a card reader. in the
Yeah,
elevator.
Or
Yeah.
anybody should.
So we had some that were in places we didn't need, and so we kind of moved those around to the doors we needed that were missing them. So,
It's a big project. I would imagine you're gonna miss things here and there.
yeah. Okay, so that'll be next week. Roof's going on. They brought the foam and delivered it yesterday, and it was kind of interesting watching them put it up there. So that'll go in, and then the membrane will go on top of that, but they need some good kind of clear, dry days. So they're planning to be done middle of the month or third week, and we'll see if that actually occurs. And that'll help them, if they get the roof on, then their plan is by March, first part of March, to have the sheet rockers and insulation show up. So they're trying to move ahead quickly, but they can't do it until they get things dried in and start drying it out inside.
I have a question that is kind of more for them, but since you're sitting here and we're talking about that building, it comes up. I would imagine we're still essentially as a board looking for a records retention officer. Have we had any discussion on what department they're gonna be in, what office they're gonna take, and is there room in that new building for them? Has that been discussed is my question. Oh, there we go.
I believe
What are you,
that.
psychic?
I believe we're discussing that.
Wait, so I keep every
Well,
org
the
chart at my
crazy thing is-
fingertips.
There it is. I printed one of those off so I could have it handy today. I haven't had the time to look at it.
Oh.
Well, thank you, Dave. That was a great answer.
Problem solved.
Yeah, so that is one of our challenges though, is there is a volume of paperwork out there that we've talked about to try and whittle down. And so we talked about hiring some temporary people to help the offices to accomplish this and reduce the volume of paper that we have. And so we met with Rob, and I had a discussion with the prosecutor and Rebecca this morning to kind of work through issues that are concerns that the prosecutor had with us moving forward. And so I think we're to the point where we're all, the departments have got the training through state archives, and that's how we're proceeding with the guidelines that they've established. And so the temporaries will assist. So they're not the ones making the decisions of what is a record we need to keep or can destroy or need to be archived.
The more moving boxes kind of.
They're moving stuff around. There's the scanners. They're doing a lot of the busy work.
Okay.
So since we're on that, that's we need to at least hire 3 temps, potentially 4 if we're not making the progress that we need. So that'll be a temp for building, for public works, for economic development and natural resources. So that will get us started and hopefully accomplish what we need to by November.
Sooner we start, the better chance we have of getting it done in time.
Yeah. So if I have your approval to do that, I'll move forward. Thank you. Courthouse entry project, we talked about that briefly last week. It's going to be a disruption to the people here at the courthouse. We'll try and keep that at a minimum if we can. There'll be work that we'll do after hours. Most of the work we'll try and do during work hours.
Have we talked with neighbors about after hours work? So we don't get pushback from community for being loud at night when they're trying to sleep?
No, not yet. No.
Are we planning to?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's tough these days, but we have these kind of a virtual open house. We try and reach out to the neighbors and point them toward our website where we have information on the project. And then as well as meeting with the departments and electeds that are in this building as well. We've had discussions with a lot of them, not all of them, but that will be a part of it. So jail control board, that work started today. So the transfer of things over and starting the installation and the shutdown of the main control board. We've moved everything so they have a workaround and for the next 2 weeks.
This morning.
Yeah. Radio sites.
Radio sites, we're still trying to work on negotiations with SADA's past, but now their stuff is in a clearinghouse, so it's a little tougher. It's not actually working with Western Pacific. It's now working with a group out of Seattle. So we'll see how that, I still think that would be fine. There's no reason, they're trying to sell anyway, so. And Klickitat site, we're still working on the inside of that, and when we finalize our contract, we'll be bringing a long-term decision to the board to see what way we want to go, either when we get the cost out for the microwave site versus the cost, we have the cost to put in fiber, and what the monthly cost is versus what the microwave cost will be. So we'll have that'll be coming up in the near future as we move through those.
Okay, and last on our list, we talked about the temps for archiving, charging stations. So I wanted to have a follow-up discussion. The costs that I had provided last week were a little high. It's a little less than that, but you can't not pay for the service. So if you use their product, you have to activate their system. And the minimum cost is $329 a year, which is less than what I thought the monthly cost was last week. So that's a little better. What that amounts to is about $28 a month to pay for it, which is about 4 vehicles. If you charge them about $750 a charge. The downside is, so there's a quick charge, a 20-minute charge machine piece of equipment. They cost about $45,000. The ones we got are about $5,000, so that takes long. They're lower amperage and takes longer to charge. So, but they're $5,000, so they're a tenth of the cost basically for the one that's spec'd out. So that's probably a little more information than I provided last week about cost and
Much
things.
better numbers too. I don't think my people will be screaming about that number, and if they do, they can live with it. I'm okay with that number.
Yeah, I have one question I would have though is, how can we still make sure, because I would imagine one of the differences between the quick charge and the ones that we're doing, which is the longer term, you said the amperage, so they're going to be wired with significantly smaller wires. Can the conduits be side, because it would be nice in the future, because we may see, this building's going to be there for
Right.
80, 100 years.
Yeah,
It is likely that, as the infrastructure builds up and people are doing it, they're not going to want to take 4 hours. They want the 20-minute charge.
right.
So can we make sure the conduits are big enough so that when they need to pull thicker wire to be able to supply that power, that we could do that? Shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
That's a.
I would say, let's put the big wire in right from the beginning, but that's pretty spendy stuff too,
Yeah.
or something that's, so, but to me, if the pipe is big enough to pull it in later when we want to upgrade, I think that would be a reasonable investment in the
Forethought
infrastructure.
here. I like that.
Does that seem?
That's where I was going. I think everybody probably saw that Biden's gonna require all federal vehicles to be electric and within 10 years. So we know if that's happening at the federal level, that it's gonna happen at the state level, and which will probably mean that all of our vehicles. I don't know how we're gonna get dump trucks being electric vehicles, but until then, yeah. And I got one email, because that was a question, from somebody in Bingen saying that they would like us to vote yes, to help the people on that end of the county who are already driving electric cars. And with the cost, I see no problem, and I agree that we should be preparing that every one of those things in front of that building within 10 years is going to be an electric charging station at some point, or need to be.
Yeah, and I think we have other facilities, and I think there'll be more grant opportunities for better charging equipment, and so we'll keep an eye out for that, for upgrades as well as, you know, the equipment at like the Pioneer Center and other locations.
Here's a question that's just, I guess, a question. Why does it always seem that the electric charging stations are right next to the door? Why do they get like handicap parking? And is that a necessity, or can we have them backed up right in the middle of the area? Because it's, I don't know, it's frustrating to me when I go somewhere and all the parking spots next to the door are electric vehicles and there's nobody there. Do we have to have them next to the doors on each end? Is that a discussion anybody's willing to have, to put them side by side in the middle of that strip?
We'd probably lose a part, so we put them where we put them because we have lots of concrete to install the equipment without losing space for parking or other things. And so basically we put one at the one end where there's the wide sidewalk entry, and then the other one down at the other end where there's a planter. And so we're not really taken away from usable.
All right, makes sense.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I've noticed that too. Although I will say there's a few spots, like I noticed, like the ones at the Walmart in Hood River, they're out in the middle.
Out in the middle of the
Parking lot. Fred Meyer and the Dows, they're around back kind of in the sketchy part of the parking lots. But I have yet to actually see anybody use them.
That's my point. You're getting free gas, what we tell you to.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I always see them next to the door and they're never used. And it's like,
But I think that will change. And I do
I'd
think
put them
there,
over here on this side of the street if it was me, but.
I think there will be an opportunity. I think the cost will come down too. As this
Oh,
gets to be more prevalent, you know, there generally is a economy of scale as things scale up to provide them. But yeah, no, I'm okay with this. It
Yeah,
sounds like
yeah.
we all are. So let's
Yeah,
go ahead
cost
with
is
that.
much
so
better,
two or one? Yep,
Two.
okay. Okay.
Tell your engine.
Especially if they're the long charging that way. I'm like, hey.
Tell your engine
Charge.
email lady or whoever that was that we all three voted yes to power.
Okay.
Okay. One more thing for Dan.
Yeah.
We've been working with the PA for the spent brass. And the biggest roadblock to that is abandonment and the abandonment laws. But we've crossed that hurdle. We fixed it on this end. It's just what we have in stock now. But we've had a sign up there, and after some careful looking, talking to different people, we feel we're okay to consider it surplus. From now on, it's very simple. When you walk in, you sign a piece of paper that says, if you don't want your brass and you leave it here, it's considered abandoned, and it becomes property of the county. We had a sign that says, if you don't want your brass, leave it in these containers, and it becomes, so we think that covered it. So bottom line is, it will become surplus, and we'll let the treasurer know that it would go in the sale and be sold. We'll sell the popular stuff by the lot, 9s, 45s, that kind of stuff will be sold individually. And then the stuff
You're
that,
going to sort this stuff?
oh yeah,
Opposed to just selling it by weight?
no way, they sort it, because it'll probably bring in more because everybody wants it for reloading. Especially now that it's really hard to come by that stuff. If you try to buy it, it's really hard to find. So we'll declare it surplus, put it in the sale, and people can bid on it. And you'll probably have somebody bid wanting the 9mm, 45, or whatever they want to shoot. And And then the oddball or the stuff that isn't as popular will be just put in one big thing and they can buy it.
So it's just gonna be once a year in the public sale.
Well, as often as this treasurer has the public sale.
That works for me.
Okay, I have one more thing, sorry. Okay. Wanted to give the sewer plan. We have not forgot about that. We still are working on that. We should have something soon. They're actually, the last piece left of that is to analyze or come up with a long-term capital list plan for our lift stations. And we're meeting this week. They're supposed to come down. We're just gonna look at the lift stations. Once we get that, we put together everything that we need, you know, the capital project list. Then we can put together the rates and everything else, once it's based on that.
How many lift stations are there?
5, I believe.
Which is unfortunately 5 more than you would like to have.
Exactly. Plus,
Gravity's the best, but
yeah,
it's a
and-
big, wide, flat.
yes,
peninsula.
much better. Yeah, but it is, you're right. And Murdoch will acquire, will probably ask, we'll have another lift station, we'll add another lift station. However, we've made a change and now we're going to include all that land between Dallasport and Murdoch as, even though it was, you know, it's farmland, we're already starting to see opportunities for development.
Yeah.
So we'll add that in actually that, of course.
Yeah, and it's zoned, I mean, for development, so it's not along the road there, so it's.
So we're gonna add it to the service area. But as some may or may not be aware, the longest thing of this, longest is getting DOE to approve the area. Yeah, you gotta get it permitted through DOE.
To expand the service area of
Yes.
wastewater,
Yes.
that seems counterintuitive to me. Like, you would think they would rather than use on-site, that if you could have a collection system, that would be preferable.
We have to show
Especially in
that,
those densities that we have. And that was one of the, we helped build a new water system there over concerns of groundwater contamination from the septics, from that being basically a community center, you know, a rural center
Mhm.
without a wastewater plant, so. Okay, that surprises me, but I'm not surprised, no, I take that back, that's not surprising at all.
they wanna make sure we have the ability to facilitate all that, the new area. That we have capacity in our system, which, you know, capacity is
It's
not.
not a problem.
No, not at all, not at this point in time.
Okay.
I got one more. The Title 12 Road Standards Subgroup.
Uh-huh.
Now that we're just stuck in this thing forever, do you want to start getting going on that using Zoom meetings?
That's what we're gonna do, Jay. That's what I've told some of the people. We're gonna get together. It'll make it more difficult, but it'll just be what it'll be.
It will
You're
be what
right.
it is. Welcome to 2021.
Yes, exactly. We try to avoid that because it's much better when everybody can get together, but we'll facilitate it via Zoom.
Are you going to make sure those are open to the public, even if you don't allow comment?
Well,
I know there's people interested and want to make sure that they see what's going on.
I should probably lay out the process. We get together with the committee that was selected by the past board. And then there'll actually be public meetings on, once we get, the committee puts together their plan or their ideas, then they're brought up and to the planning commission, to this board, and then there'll be open houses with the public to discuss the Title 12 state or what is being proposed to the Title 12. And at that time, they would have comments. The reason not bringing them in when you got the committee is it's too hard to get anywhere when you got all those inputs. But you get a plan together, then you bring it to the public.
Right, and that wasn't asking, I guess I would say, for public input during them,
Right.
just the public's ability to watch. And I don't know that you could give them an ability to watch without, like last night, Goldendale City Hall, members constantly keying up.
Right.
talking out of order, and that could be a problem.
I mean, we could look into that, I guess. I mean, we just hadn't ever thought about that during the actual process of laying out, because if we were,
I guess I would say forethought. I know we're gonna hear concerns
Mhm.
from some members of the public that did not get to see what happened. And I'm trying to nip that in the bud before it happens, but just to throwing an idea out. I will take the heat later, it's okay.
but it still will be a process that the public will definitely be part of. I mean, ultimately, if we make any changes, because it still has to be approved by the board. And we would have public open houses. That was our original plan. Throw COVID aside.
Can I get a list from either the board, staff, or you on who's sitting on that, who was appointed by the previous board to, it sounds like Lee's making a note to get me that information. Who was appointed by the previous board to sit on that committee?
Okay, yeah, let's start with that.
Yeah, we'll give you the list of people that have been selected. Actually, we haven't even come forward to the board to actually get the final appointment. There was 3 people that were selected to actually, and we've taken input. To be honest with you, the toughest thing is we have just the bare minimum amount of people. That's the only people that volunteered.
I think there's more, I just don't think they knew about it.
I mean, we could reach out. If you know somebody, we can reach out to more. We're
Let's
still
start with the
looking.
list, I'll
Yeah,
make you a
let's
phone
start
call.
with the list. I mean,
Okay.
I think your point's well taken, but I'm cautious of anytime we have work groups, that you
Well,
I know, and I get where you're coming from,
I
but
get
it's
where you're coming from too.
too,
so-
where it makes it hard to get anything done because there is sometimes a place. And folks listening, go ahead, my email's on there, it's klickitatcounty.org. But there is times that people need to be able to have frank, candid conversations that are not being broadcast in real time. And that's why we have public meetings, but we also have, when I'm meeting with you as staff and we're talking about problems, I don't necessarily want or need the public to have that. Because I think it makes it really difficult where I have to be so careful because folks are listening. And again, that's not because I'm trying to hide anything. It's just there are times where it is that. So I'm not saying this is necessarily that circumstance because this isn't just us and staff having a conversation. So again, I think the point's well taken because I think there are folks that feel like this stuff is going on behind closed doors and they want to make sure
That it's on the up and up.
that it's on the up and up. And I
think
get
we can
that.
do that as a board by reaching out and putting one person on that board just as, we call them an advisor from the other side.
Well, I don't think there are, I don't believe there are any sides. I really don't. And that's not my experience. I think and quite frankly, I've forgotten who we discussed about putting on that, but they were generally folks that had either interest, expertise, they were folks on it, or they were folks that had a vested interest and they could give, beyond the public input that we're going to get from the general public, that they had some.
Wasn't it a technical committee in essence?
It was a technical committee, and
And we tried to reach out and broach all different aspects. I mean, not just developers, but ranchers and
right.
engineering firms and that kind of thing. And so we tried to get a multitude of different ideas in.
So yeah, if there's others that you wanna,
Yeah, if there's somebody else.
Yeah, Leo give me the list and I'm sure we'll have a
Yeah,
future
we'll have a
discussion and go from there.
Other
We're past our time.
We're past our time.
Other than that, no, good discussion.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you,
yeah.
Mr. Jeff, for handling that so quickly.
All right,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
let me check my.
You're always the
email.
highlight of my morning because it just gets more dangerous from here.
Yeah, but he knew it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not really, because the passport spent it all. It's not like we can just say stop building the building.
I already, I got it.
I am very happy that the charging stations came in way
Yeah,
lower, because I like the idea of having them, I just couldn't justify that expense.
I have an annexation coming up,
Okay,
so, and I CC'd Kim too.
okay.
It's not done yet, he's prepping.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, our next item is gonna be a department update from the Human Resources and Administrative Services Director, Rob Van Cleve, some of which may qualify as executive session. If that happens, we will announce that.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning, did you bring donuts?
Uh,
No? Okay.
We had them.
We gotta get here earlier.
I know,
I
right?
came in early.
I can answer your first question, Mr. Chair. Yes, Lee is psychic.
Okay. Yes, that's a little scary.
Yeah.
I will have to guard my thoughts.
Lindsay has that ability too. We were talking
Yes.
about Lindsay just hands me the paper.
Yeah, sort of like the Radar O'Reilly from, yeah, that's good. All right, whenever you're ready,
Well,
sir.
thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We have sent you in the packet quite a bit of detailed information. Our intent today is not to go through that line by line, but to provide during our first update of the year, an overview of the reorganized HR and Administrative Services Department that was put together last March as a result of retirements and other things. And so that's our hope today is to do that. I'll start off by saying, and I think Commissioner Sauter's heard me say this quite a few times, and I'll continue to say it. The most important things to me about these departments have names. And those names are Casey, Lindsay, Jeff, Curtis, Joe, Shelby, and Jennifer. I think the employees of this county and the constituents of this county are well served by these professionals, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to work with them on a daily basis. So I think that's, you may get tired of me talking about my employees. I'll never get tired of talking about them, but they do a great job. We also couldn't do our jobs and be successful if we didn't have the ability to interact on a daily basis with the Commissioner's office, Lee and Ibby, Auditor's office, the Treasurer's office, the PA's office, and the fiscal team at Public Works. I mean, none of us operate in a silo, and we could not do the things that we need to do without the cooperation and partnership of these other departments. And we work on a daily basis to foster those relationships and so we can be efficient and effective in all the things we do. First up this morning is HR. We've listed all of the various functions that HR does on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, and annual basis. And we'll end with a discussion about some of the major initiatives that we'll be dealing with this year. First, being mindful, I had the same list last year, and then the next month pandemic hit and the initiatives changed like they did for everybody. But planning ahead, these are the things that we know are going to take a significant amount of our time and others' times. But before I go to any further, Casey, is there anything in HR that you would like to point out or discuss?
Well, I just thought I'd kind of give a broad overview of what HR does and offers for the county. We have, as of right now, 247 full-time and part-time employees. Obviously, that does not include any casual employees, which could be summer interns, summer labor engineers, additional in-home aides and van drivers that are not FTEs. And then we have 23 departments, 5 union contracts, all of which are going to be renegotiated fully this year. And then that is something that Rob will be working on as well, and maybe reviewing our comparables and trying to update some of that. And the union contracts are within the sheriff's office and the public works department and emergency management. We are the benefit administration for all county employees. We have 500 employee independents covered under our PEB coverage. And so that includes medical, dental, vision, long-term disability, and life insurance coverage that the county offers. We process all new hires and terminations. We keep records of all personnel files, which include medical files as well, disciplinary actions, evaluations, things like that. We process all accident reports, L&I claims, FMLA, and now the new Washington State paid leave, and monitor employees that are out on those leaves or have current claims. And then, of course, we are the record keepers of all of those. We have NeoGov that we do all of our job postings and we receive all of our applications. When we implemented that, we pretty much ripped off the Band-Aid as far as receiving paper applications. We no longer do that. It is all online. At the beginning, we did offer a kiosk in our mailroom for people to be able to come and apply if they did not have the resources. And then between WorkSource and the library before COVID, people were able to use those resources as well. But nowadays with technology and cell phones, it's pretty user-friendly. As far as the future and things that I want to kind of highlight and give you a little update on as well. NeoGov, we have just the one module that we are able to do the job postings and the online applications. We have reviewed other modules that NeoGov offers. They offer several different programs. And the one that I am most interested in next would be Perform. And it is an online evaluation tool. So currently our evaluation process for all employees within the county, it is a paper process. It is a paper form, and we have made some of them PDF fillable, but this module allows the employees and the employer or the supervisor to have access to this throughout the year. So if an employee gets a certification or they finish their training, they're able to go in on their site and they're able to update their profile. So they can say when they have their evaluation in 6 months, they can say, okay, well, these were my goals last year. This is what I've accomplished, and be able to provide that to their supervisor so no one forgets what has happened. And then on the other end, it also can show them that, okay, well, these were my goals. I was not able to reach these, and kind of come up with a plan. And it's more interactive, I think, for both the employee and the employer and the supervisor to be able to kind of add notes throughout the year and make it a better process, I think, for both. NeoGov, we did go to a conference a year ago, and we did learn more about it. We think that it would help the production for employees as well. It gives them the opportunity to do the best every day. And like I said, they can note the things that they have accomplished. I think it would provide a better relationship between the supervisor and the employee, because the employee would feel like they have a bigger say in their evaluation process as well. And then there's, I think, just a better interaction instead of maybe sitting down once a year and going over it and then not following up. I think this just gives the employers and the employee a better process.
What's the cost?
So the cost is a lot. And so
just teasing.
So this
We were gonna
isn't,
throw out-
yes, this is down the
Well,
road.
that all
in the
sounds
future,
great.
Right?
I'm
Yeah.
not, but
Yeah. The cost as of last year, when we looked at it, it was gonna be about a $13,000 difference in our budget. And so it is a huge cost, and we understand that. And so
I really like that you think that's a huge cost.
well, for our budget, it is. That's big
No,
for
that's
us.
good.
So,
Luckily for you.
so I guess I should have said, can we just have it? Huh? But no, those are things that I think, down the road, we'd like to bring forward and maybe, review it a little more and look into it and see what some of our options are and be able to provide that for the employees.
That works out to $52 per FTE.
I think it's also a time saver for supervisors as
I
well.
think that's
Yes.
right there's a kicker.
Throughout most workplaces, the one thing management and staff usually agree on is they both hate
The process.
the process. And so making it easier and more user-friendly for both the employee and the supervisor, I think we'll get more meaningful feedback and hopefully it'll be less burdensome to both.
What's your thought, because you know all the supervisors, your expectation of how well received it would be and would it be used? I mean, quite often the easiest thing for us to do is to go buy something off the shelf
Right.
and then say, oh yeah, you should use this. And then folks are like, ugh. I don't know, but I suspect there are supervisors now that have to be goaded into doing the paper evaluations every year.
Funny you say that, because every January I create a list and I send it to all departments, and it has every employee within their department, and it has when their step increase is due, if one is due, and when their evaluation is due. So every January, sometimes it's a rush of look at all of these people that I haven't done the evaluation for. And so I think this module would maybe be a better reminder. And I think it would be well received on both ends, just because the employee would be able to engage a little more too, and maybe be able to go in and update their records and their profile and not have to sit and think, okay, I was due a step increase 6 months ago and I don't want to say anything to my supervisor, but if I can go in and they're getting these reminders through their email instead of just what I'm sending them every January, I think it would be beneficial for everyone. Obviously there's going to be some people that will push back a little bit, but I think it would be well received overall.
Do we have people that are due a step increase 6 months ago and they don't get it? Do we have that happening?
We have late step increases that,
Retro.
and then it gets retroed back.
Let's work on them.
Which
Which-
is usually due to the fact that the manager is too darn busy to get it done. It's not due to the fact that
Right, yeah, it's never,
want to,
they're
or
not
don't
getting
know
a step
about it.
increase, so I'm not doing it. It's oh my gosh,
But
I
think
forgot.
you have a morale problem with employee that doesn't feel recognized when their date's here and gone. And
Unless their retro is on their check right before Christmas.
But I do know that causes issues upstairs.
Yes, it does,
Then
because
they have to go back through.
exactly, and it was,
recalculate.
before it was that you would have to go in because you contribute to your retirement based on your salary. So if your salary changed 6 months ago, and we're just entering that now, then you've got to make those adjustments. And DRS just updated it a year or 2 years ago, I think, that you can't just go in and update the entire amount in the DRS system. You've got to go every earning period. So where we're getting, if it's a 6 months, you're going in and making 12 adjustments just on the DRS side.
Right.
And not including all the updates in Kayenta and everything else. And so,
Well, that's
so it
why
is
I know, that explains why
and then if
our
there's,
psychic staff make
Yes.
sure where ours are always
yes,
up
Yes,
to date.
because then if you throw in a rate change for DRS, then you're throwing that on top of it as
I
well.
think we can address your question at 50,000 feet as well, and we try and do this in all of our departments. You can't run some functions by committee. But on the other hand, we try and look at things, what we can do for them and with them and not to them. And if employees or supervisors, management, whatever the group is, feels like at some level, when possible, they have input. But we would find a way to reach out to folks before we came to you and asked for 13,000 to say, this is what we're looking at, and maybe educate a little bit in advance to the advantages of it and not have it just show up on their desktop the next day. So we hadn't talked about this specific software in that terms, but that's what the four of us are all trying to look at, is how can we do things with them and for them, but not to them, and include get input from folks, the users, when we can in advance, so they feel like they weren't blindsided.
I personally hate spending taxpayers' money, but I like that idea, so I would like to hear more.
I'd like to hear some of, take a poll of some of the department heads to see if they think it would be valuable. That's where I see it, because, I mean, that 2-page thing. To me, the issue right now is, you send out the date of when it's due, but you should put that a month beforehand so that you've done it, and then the step increases is coming, because every time that it's a week or two late, you have all the rest of the paperwork that falls on the auditor and you guys and everybody else. And internally, the best thing to do would be to set that your 1-year review a month before the year is up.
Well,
So
and I think the other thing too is that if it's rushed, if a supervisor says, oh my gosh, I forgot this, I'm so sorry, and then it's rushed, and the employee might not feel like they,
I said, I'm looking at it employee side, so.
yeah, these are all the accomplishments that and the goals that I reach throughout the year, and they want to be recognized a little bit, and it might be on paper, but maybe it wasn't voiced because there wasn't enough time, and
The other side of that, we don't typically talk too much about, but employees should never be surprised when they're being disciplined or unfortunately terminated. It should never be a surprise to anybody. And if performance evaluations and discussions aren't going on a regular basis, then you risk that surprise. And surprise winds up being union grievances and employee litigation. So having folks sit down on a regular basis and have these discussions so that nothing's ever a surprise, or it's not waited until it's a big issue before it's dealt with, whether it be positive or negative. If we can facilitate that, then I think it works better for all. Good job.
that's only part one.
Set a high bar for these.
Just a few other things though that I would like to highlight is our summer internship. Obviously that was a huge undertaking, and I think it's been well received by the students and by the community and by the county. And when the county opens back up, I would like to possibly move forward with that program and continue it. I think there are a lot of students, the idea was maybe some homegrown, or figure out what a student would be interested in, and the additional help throughout the county. And so that is just something that when the offices open back up, that I would like to maybe move forward on some sort of that. And if the summer doesn't work, we did do a fall internship that was just after school programs, and then kind of work back into that system.
And I believe the money's in your budget,
It is, yes,
in the commissioner's budget.
yes. So just something that I want to keep on the radar.
On that one, just to give you a little advance warning, I'm not you weren't the car salesman on that one, you didn't get me. I have concerns on that one. I want to hopefully try to look into, I guess I would say, is the dollars being well spent? What is our main purpose for doing the intern program? Are we trying to train these kids to come work for the county later? Or are we just giving them a job so they can go to college later and go to work in Arizona? Are we trying to make them county employees? Then what is I guess I want to say, I want to make sure we're getting the best bang for a buck, because it is a big chunk of money that for a small group of people. That I want to know success rates. I want to know how many of these kids did come work for the county. Where are these kids now? Did it help, the low income kids as well as the affluent kids? I need some data if I'm going to sign off on that check.
So to answer a few of those, I don't think we have done this long enough to have any data as far as kids coming back for employees, because we've only done it for 2 summers. The main idea was to make some homegrown employees. So we have some very specific positions and require, different educations. And we want those kids to know that, hey, you can come and you can find out that this is something that you really want to do. You worked in the engineering program in the Public Works Department. You worked in Superior Court in the court system.
So you're saying essentially that just because a person 2 years ago was, say, a senior and worked an intern, and they're not an employee today, meaning they're 20 years old and not an employee today, they still could be an employee later when they get out of college.
Yep, the idea is to do the homegrown, that, figure out what they want, whether they go away to college or not, or come back and decide that I've got my education now, or I want to go through the process here to maybe to get the on-the-job training, and this is the career that I'm interested in. I've been born and raised here. This is my community. And just let them know that these are opportunities for them within the county and that there are good paying jobs here. And
Right, my concern with that program is for the $100,000 or so dollars, to reach out to what, 12, 14 kids?
so it's all school districts within Klickitat County.
Right, but how many kids actually get a share of that $100,000?
Well, it varies because we have after school programs in the fall semester and winter semester. So from October to December and then January to May. And then we have the summer interns. And I don't have exact numbers, but I think our summer internship, not including the after school programs, we had 16 or 17 interns. And it was throughout all different departments. At both locations, we had some at the Pioneer Center, and then we had multiple here at Goldendale. And so, and as far as who applies for it, every high school student within Klickitat County is able to apply for it.
And that
As
was
well as-
another concern I had. I've talked to many high school students over this last year. They were juniors and seniors and I asked them about it and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah,
And so that's an outreach problem. That may be a problem at the school as far as outreach.
So me personally, I am a parent of a high school student, and last year, notice went out and I received one as a parent. And it was kind of nice to receive that because I was on both sides then. And it was from the Goldendale High School, and they were notifying everyone of, hey, these applications are due. And actually it was in the springtime a year ago. Because we were accepting applications in April and May. So then that would give departments time to interview and hire kids by the end of the school year. So whether the kid is a student and they're graduating or they're ending their school year in the middle of June, then that would give the department the ability to hire them and start mid-June and go to August.
And the other concern I had about the program was that it was just my concern that other people would not have the same concern, is opening it up and allowing more people to do it, as in if you had somebody, if you did it last year, if we've got 32 kids that want to do it,
Right.
and you can only do 16, I don't want to take the same 16 next year.
So we
Give
only,
the other people a chance, and
right.
I brought that up before, and they liked the longevity part of it, but I'm not that guy, so.
So we only allow a student to come back twice, and that is it. So if they come as a sophomore, they can only come back as a junior if they apply, or they can come back as a senior. Some seniors went to college, and then they came back their freshman year of their college year and did it, but we only allow the 2 years, so then that gives other students opportunities.
So any age in high school, even a freshman can get in on this program, or do you have to be a sophomore, junior, senior?
No, it's age, so we can hire, we have hired kids that were 15 years old. They don't have their license though, and so that can kind of turn into an issue sometimes, but any after-school program, and they're a student within the county, so whether it be college in the summertime or high school, then they would be allowed to apply for any of the job postings within the program.
Question. Mr. Chairman, I gotta say, this is one of the programs I am absolutely in support of. These internship programs have been proven to be successful. What kids do during their summers in college or high school are usually what they come back to do after they graduate. And the success rate, if you want, you can talk to Skamania County with their
Mhm.
summer internship programs. It's been going on for 20 years. They have the data to prove the success of it. With that being said, the best way I think it would be to sell Dan to it is to just ask the department heads, you had this intern for this long, were they worth the money? Because we're not just giving them money, we're getting something in return.
Right.
And
Right,
so
my
that's the
problem
easy
is
way.
not, I guess I would say with the program, it would be, are we using the dollars for the program for the most possible good to reach the biggest possible amount of kids? Are we paying the interns more than minimum wage and more than county staff? It's little things. It's tweaking the program, not removing the program. That's not
And
my.
I think we can, obviously, we're gonna need to schedule more.
That's a whole other
More
workshop.
discuss
Yeah,
this
go ahead.
before we implement the program or re-implement the program. Might also be helpful to hear from some of the educators, some of the school district folks to see if they're seeing, benefit from their side to these students, and talk to the department heads and see the benefit to the departments, the work that they're doing, and, and look at some of the issues that Commissioner Christie.
Yeah, I haven't talked to any of the department heads that didn't like the idea. I don't necessarily not like the idea. I like the idea. I'm just trying to get the best bang for the buck and the most fair to everybody out there.
And I think that's why.
And I will just say from my experience, I was supportive of the program. I have had, we've had kind of the after action briefs from the department heads after the first year, because we did expand the program too. And that basically we got really good reviews from the department heads where and I'll just reinforce the idea that the primary purpose of it was to hopefully grow our own workforce, because we have had such a problem recruiting, retaining folks that it's just, nobody wants these jobs anymore. And so we've had folks that have come here, we have, it's harder for them to kind of understand the culture in the county, and it's a harder transition. And so the strategy was, well, if we could grow our own people, they're already here, they're tied to the community, they're more likely to stay put long-term, because we historically, folks that worked for the county had longevity. They worked for the county for a long time, and they may move up for things, and that's been a really good model for us. And so that was the primary purpose. But I think the reports we got from the departments is we actually got our money's worth out of these. That whole piece, if they were just casual temporary employees for the summer, we got our money's worth out of just that. If we never got anybody out of it, it still would be a decent investment. So, but I'm open to, looking at the program and tweak. The good thing or bad thing is that, at this point, we can't restart it until we know.
Well,
So we got some time to.
That's why I'm bringing up my concerns now. I'm not looking at a full overhaul, more of a tweak here, tweak there. If the board is open to certain tweaks, I hope to have the conversation later to discuss the tweaks.
Well, I think this program predates me, but I suspect that's why the money's in the commissioner's budget, because the commissioners wanted to have a different level of input and oversight of the program. So it's timely discussion of the work. We will follow through.
Okay, somebody needs to get him a Red Bull or a coffee or something. He's not used to these.
All right.
So a couple other little things I'd like to mention. In the past couple of years, we've kind of mentioned the silver tsunami in certain departments. That is, I think, going to start hitting in the next few years as far as the Public Works Department and stuff too. And so that is already starting to affect our office as far as transitioning employees to retirees. And so there are going to be, I think, more coming in the next few years, which will mean more job postings and just.
Which does tie into the intern program as well.
Yeah.
We're starting to see
Does
turnover.
that silver tsunami affect our budget as far as our share of retiree investment, in retirement program or whatnot? Is that gonna hit
As
us?
far as benefits, no, because they go into their own program. Thankfully, we switched to PEB in 2015. And so we are able to offer retiree benefits for our employees. They are able to transition into that. We have had 3 in the last 3 months that have transitioned into the retiree plan. And they say they can't find anything that's better than what PEB is able to offer, whether it be a full medical, dental, vision plan, or just a supplemental plan that they can have in addition to the Medicare A and B and D.
The retirement itself, both the employee and employer pay into that. So once they retire, they start to draw off that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
The
So
only impact that we could see if we see accelerations is payouts.
Yeah.
Because we already, if you have long-term employees, they may have some, accrued sick leave,
right,
vacation
yeah.
days, and we've
Yeah.
we're down to, we can't have a whole lot of, we have 2 left of the old system where it could really be a big payout because of what they are eligible to be paid out on.
Yeah.
So, because we've had departments where we have to do supplementals for them sometimes
yes,
when a long-term employee retires
Or
because
they
it's such
go
a,
on vacation for 9 months before the retirement.
well,
Use that vacation time.
right.
yeah. So that would be the only budget impact would be payouts.
Right.
So
So
you
we
said
could-
there's only 2 of them that are big numbers like
Well,
that.
no, there's
no,
others that are long-term employees. They're just a different retirement plan. And so, I mean, some of the payouts that I've seen are anywhere from 5,000 to 40,000. And so that could be a big impact.
Yeah.
If one department has several that are retiring and they weren't planning on it, then
It's
That
a good example of, what HR deals with. HR deals with a lot of transition. So we bring an intern in for their first job. That's the transition into the workplace. When an employee moves up through, gets promoted to various levels, HR, often with the departments, assist employees in moving through the system. And then now recently, we're dealing with unannounced retirements, folks deciding to retire. And I personally heard, Casey, we had a recent retirement that I suspect the employee and their spouse ran 5 or 6 times to talk to Casey or call her, so they rely on HR to help them transition into the retirement system, their retirement benefits, Social Security, helped a lot of employees, with disability requests. So it's, there's a lot of transitions from throughout someone's work life cycle that now we're starting to deal with more than we have in the past with people transitioning into what we all hope to do someday is retire.
Do we know, and this is a great HR question.
oh gosh.
So we obviously want to be sensitive to folks that their retirement plans are their retirement
Yeah.
plans. But is there a way to ask people if they know and they're comfortable, just, I'm getting the, well, I mean, from a budgeting standpoint, because we have had directors that have given us a heads up in advance because they knew it was going to be, it might be a $40,000 or $50,000 hit to the budget of that department when that person retired, and we were able to plan on it, and then we did that. Or is that like a kryptonite? Never mind, we're gonna move
I'm
on.
learning a lot of things with kryptonite.
Yeah, I'm learning.
Would be.
Yeah.
I think what happens in those cases is employees share with their supervisor, hey, I'm thinking of retiring this year or next year, because there's a lot of planning that can go into someone transitioning into retirement. So a lot of times the supervisor just knows because they've had conversations.
Right.
For a supervisor just to ask is inappropriate.
We can
Age dis-
offer a $1,000 bonus for anyone giving us a year's notice.
No, we can't.
No, we can't. All right, let's move us along. I'm watching the clock. Casey keeps having these, it's just this little thing.
Right? Yes. Okay, one more thing and then I'm done. The only other thing that I want to kind of bring forward is the salary threshold.
500.
Right. For the overtime exempt workers and the salary threshold, we have been discussing this the last few years. Obviously, it didn't affect us this year. For 2022, it would affect our grade 67, step 1, only by $200. And so we're kind of, it's not affecting us the way that we thought it was at the beginning. But I can tell you the difference, January 1st, 2022 to January 1st, 2023, there is an $8,000 increase as far as the threshold.
Can
And
you give a
so,
quick explanation of what you're talking about? I think I know what you're talking about.
so we have our compensation plan and we have our non-exempt and our exempt employees. And this salary threshold would affect our exempt employees. So they keep increasing the salary threshold. And the more that increases, the more it compresses our exempt employees. So we have, as it affects our grades, then we have to move them to a non-exempt status. And those non-exempt status, if those employees are working overtime, then it will affect the budget of the departments because they will have to pay the overtime on those
So
employees.
this is essentially the state lifting
Yes.
the number.
It's really
And it-
driven by the feds.
And the minimum wage. And so our current minimum wage for 2021 is $13.69. It's going to increase up to $15. They have kind of reevaluated it now. So every September of every year, they look at the consumer price index and then they adjust it accordingly to that. So next year, I think they're looking at like a $14.30 minimum wage. And so it's, the more that increases, the more it's going to compress our salary schedule. And so those are things that we will have to address at a later time.
5 years ago, it was gonna go like this, and then for the last 4 years, they
Yes.
tempered it down. I suspect it's gonna go back up to where the salary threshold is significantly higher than is proposed now.
So Casey, I remember last year you had all the exempt employees change how we did everything.
Yeah.
And before COVID hit, and did that give us enough information to realize how many of those salary employees and what that would do to the budgets on the true numbers they were working?
It should within the auditor's office. It's not, well, as of now, I think we would have the full year of it. And so they would be able to evaluate and see how many hours would affect the department and what changes would need to be made for that.
Because an $8,000 bump is quite a bit, but if they were working 60-hour weeks, 8,000 is a lot less than we'd be paying them a time and a half.
Right, right.
But that would be good to know so that we can plan for this next year.
Right. And I think that's exactly why we asked
That's why
for
we
the
did
data, is so we wanted to be able to know.
Couple of quick things for HR before we transition to
Yes.
the other two departments. Thank you, Casey.
Yeah, sorry, mine weren't.
No, social media policy that you brought up, Commissioner, we have a draft policy that Thursday, Jeff and I are meeting with the PA and Rebecca to go over the next draft level, and it's pretty extensive. And then the process, to my understanding of our policies, is once we get a policy drafted that we're in agreement with, from the PA's perspective, HR and IT, because that's what's involved in the social media policy, then it would go out to the departments for review before it comes to the commissioners, so we get a sense of, make sure it's, we have their input in there, and then it'll come to the commissioners for review, and of course, it can be changed at that point. We've also done a survey of how many social media accounts the county has, which was surprising to all, and already. And so we're trying to get as much background information as possible. It's an extensive public records issue that, and I think we've talked about this, Commissioner, we could solve it for the commissioners, and the rest of the county is unsolved. And so this solution should apply to all county departments. And then elected offices choose whether they're going to adopt the social policy or not.
Right.
So
But we'll have it there for them to choose if they choose.
the risk is the same for all, but
Yeah.
but yes. And so hopefully,
Will we still be able to data catch their information on an elected office that chooses not to follow that policy? Can we still collect their Facebook data, you might say?
well, the software we're looking at would have the capability of doing it. Whether we can do it or should do it would probably be a question for the PA. I mean, I think the risk is significant. And I'm hoping and assuming that once all the departments understand the need for the policy and
Hopefully there won't be.
yeah,
pushback
that they'll
on that part.
understand it's to everybody's protection.
We've been lucky and I like it so far, so.
So we're gonna approach it as if it's a good solution for all and we can reduce significant risk to the county through this. So we'll be bringing that to you. So we're doing all the background. Jeff's interviewed vendors, Rebecca has sitting on some of those, so we've looked at different vendors, different capabilities. And so we're real close to bringing that to you for your review and feedback. One position you'll see on, as thrilled as I am that Jennifer has joined us, that position is now filled. There still is a vacant position in our org chart. That's the public records coordinator. I didn't put in funds for it this year because it was a status quo budget and the funds were not included last year. It's still, I think, an important position and one that would bring great value to the county, but other departments probably have similar requests that would bring equal value. So I understand the challenges that we face. So it's an active, open position that we're not advertising for and we're not interviewing for because it's not funded, but I still think it's worthy of discussion. If not,
To me, I don't know. I think this position is absolutely vital. Whether we get someone that knows what they're doing from another county, and I don't know that we can, or if we get someone more entry and train them up, I think the longer we go without this, the greater risk we have. So.
well, it was originally a manager position, and I came back to the commissioners, and to your point, Commissioner, it's a very niche market to find those people. So kind of quote growing our own. So I asked them, and they allowed me to create a coordinator position. Plus, it's my experience in county government. If you bring somebody in and say, now you're in charge of this, and 27 departments feel like someone's raided their kingdom, it's not very successful. So having a coordinator work with the departments and be a resource to the departments, I think is a good place to start, and let somebody acquire over time the knowledge and training and experience they need. But we clearly are doing things 26 different ways.
So we don't have the funding in this year's budget for you to hire that person.
No.
So you're not even actively looking.
No, sir.
Is there any interest to give him permission to hire somebody from that position?
It has been posted before.
Yeah, before I got here, they did post it, but the funds were not included when the budget was adopted in 19 for 2020. So and we can look into that and bring more information to the commissioners about what that
Once again, this is something that I don't like spending money, but this is going to cost us way more than this person's wage if we don't act.
I would agree with that, Commissioner. I also, I think others would agree with it as well. I'm also sensitive that all the departments built a status quo budget, and other departments may have positions that they would bring equal value to the county. So the fiscal part of my job is, it is important, and I think we should look into it, but there's most likely other equal important things that would be presented to you before a decision was made, to be fair to the other departments. Because they're all listening and they'll call me in 15 minutes.
I'm looking, they are.
I do have one more thing. The senior service department is looking at getting a verbal approval to post their nutrition coordinator position. They received a retirement notification for the end of February, and Sharon would like to fill that so there can be some cross training going on. So it's a 0.875 FTE. They supervise the cooks for both locations for the senior service department. And so if we could get the verbal to advertise that.
So we're just replacing a retiree.
We're just replacing, yes, yep.
Yeah.
It's grade 37, steps 1 through 3. So, okay. And then I promise I am done unless you guys have any other questions for me.
One more thing about archiving for HR is the discussion. I think Gordy talked to you about it this morning, part of his report, and the meeting that Gordy and David Cannell and Rebecca and I had this morning. I'm going to talk to, I'm thinking about reactivating the archiving committee. Randy had set up an archiving committee in 2019 that met. I think what's the thought, an employee would be hired and there'd be a work group. I may invigorate that committee just because I think we need to, there's some commonalities that we should be looking for in archiving to make sure we're all doing it as close to the same,
Yeah.
applying some standards across so many different departments. And I think having a working group represent, not a large one, but having a working group could help us make sure that we're doing some things consistently across the organization, pending the ability to hire somebody. I think there'd be some benefit in that, but I got to run that by the folks and make sure there's value to them as well. So just a heads up there. All right, you're free.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jan?
She's not sure if she wants to take the table now.
No, after that.
So in the fiscal services part of the report, I basically just pulled out some of the fundamentals. I'm thrilled, and I think we're all thrilled to have Jen join us and take on this, the task of being the new fiscal services manager. She's got a lot of work ahead of her just to understand how the mechanics of how we do things. And Psyche Lee will come over and say, typically this month we get this, and it's like, oh, okay, sure, go. So Lee's been really good about helping us. So we're trying to get away from the surprise factor and build the calendar out, and she's going through all the Glenn's stuff and calendars and previous calendars so we can get things scheduled in advance, of course. You want to add anything before
I'm excited to be here. Thank you all for the opportunity. It's
I
been
think-
an adventure.
one of the things that she's working on now?
We'll talk in 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
She'll look
Or
like
3 or
that.
4 days.
One of the things she's working on now, a couple, she's been here, day and a little over a day, so she's working on the schedule for the supplemental budget, which is going to be similar to previous years, and we'll get those scheduled, and I don't think the commissioners approved that. We basically look at the historical dates. We can have 4, we schedule 3 pretty much at the end of each quarter, and we'll put that together and get that on everybody's calendars. And those dates can be flexed if we need more time or need to, so the commissioners, you control that. So she's also working on the fixed asset list that typically comes to you in late February or March. So she'll be gathering that data and bringing that for to you as well. And then the 2021 budget summary, which Glenn has put together. And Jen and I talked quite a while yesterday. So our hope and goal is that we'll learn how Glenn did things and why Glenn did things, and understand. And then we may, at some point in the future, change those things with new commissioners, new department heads. So it's important to understand why things were done, because many times they were done for a reason, either RCW or it was just the Klickitat County way, and things exist for a reason. So once we understand that, then we can look, does budget summary need to be the same thing in 2022, something less, something more, something different? So we'll look at things through those lenses as we move forward, and things need to be changed or your direction or process, then of course we'll do that. But it's important that we understand, Jen and I understand what has been done before and how it was done. One of our goals is to learn this the hard way. I'll put this in general terms. We should never have one thing done by one person, because when one person is no longer here, it can be eye-opening.
Cross-training is huge, and we didn't have it for that.
So having, just uploading the budget, to Susan and Pam's credit, and I think Jen was over there then, just getting the new budget uploaded took a couple days of research, and to Glenn's credit, he popped in the back door and pointed the way. We should never be in that position in any department, especially one like fiscal or HR or IT that covers the entire organization. So that's our goal, is be cross-trained when we can and have more than one person understand where things are and how things get done, so we don't go through this again. I'm asking your help. Jen's got a lot to learn and a lot on her plate, and I know you have a lot of questions, as you should. If you'll, in the finance committee, I think it's on our agenda next time to talk about trying to schedule out some meetings to discuss different aspects of the budget and the future, and before we even get to the budget build, which will start in July. So that preliminary discussion will take place at the finance committee, then ultimately come to you. But we can't put off having an understanding of our finances until we start building the next budget, I think. So Commissioner Sodders indicating he did not want that to happen. So we're trying to schedule something out with Lee and figure out how to do that so that we're not dumping it all on you at once. So Jen will be, so if you can work through me and Jen, we know that there's going to be information you're going to need before then and throughout the year. And if we can schedule some of those discussions in advance, great. If not, just know that she has a lot on her plate right now, just finding where her plate is.
Waiting patiently, so you let me know when you're ready.
So, thank you, Jen. I'm glad to have you. Glad to have you here. All right, Jeff, I know you tried to run. I can see you. We provided you a lot of data on IT because I think it's important that the commissioners and folks realize the scope of the work that IT does, just in systems and equipment. And then remind folks we only have 3 techs, and one of those is Jeff, the manager. So you can see by the statistics we've given you, and we didn't give you those statistics to buffalo you or bull you, just to let you know that it's a very complex system that we have, and we probably are staffed minimally to do that. And occasionally, or often, we get asked, could you do this? Would you take on that? And our answer is always yes, but we may need more staffing and or a different skill set. Because to find somebody that has expertise in all the different aspects is almost impossible. And so we never start the conversation by saying we think we're understaffed, but to take on additional things sometimes would create a staffing need or an expertise need. And so the whole goal is just to give you a sense of the complexity of what they deal with. And I'll start out with a good comment on Jeff. Recently, you're aware we had a department that was closed down for a little while, and IT didn't find out till maybe Sunday, Jeff. And then Monday morning, 3 of the 4 employees spent probably 5 hours giving that department the ability to work remotely. That was a tremendous effort, and doesn't mean there wasn't 10,000 other things that didn't need to get done in that 5 hours, but that department has indicated how much they appreciate it. I think it shows the flexibility and initiative of Jeff and his team to be able to react. IT is not an 8 to 5 Monday through Friday function. And so I think they do a really good job of trying to be available when they can be available and deal with things as they come up. Jeff, anything you'd like to?
I don't think so.
Okay.
One thing I will say, I appreciated the statistics that you provided, because I think you can see too, if you had, we've had such growth in the responsibilities and the kind of the IT assets of the county in the last 10 years, especially in the last 5 years, that, that's just been the direction of things. And we haven't, I think, I agree with the assessment. I think we are minimally staffed for the level of kind of the job that we put on that department. And I'm sorry, it's only going to get worse. I don't see us going backwards unless there's an EM pulse, later today, and none of this stuff works anymore. We're headed the other way, and especially now, I think this last year, especially with COVID and everybody working remotely, it's in some ways, I don't see us ever going back to because people have figured out that there are, there's some things I want to go back to, because they are, number one, in-person meetings. I really miss those. But But I think people have become more dependent on the technology, and there's been really lots of positive things that have come from that. And I think we're not going back to the way it was. And so it's just more people working remotely. They want to have, I was shocked. I don't know if it was in yours or was somewhere in the report just this last week, as far as how many people, maybe it was in those statistics about how many people over the last year are working remotely and had remote access into the system. And I know we used to, you folks wanted that number kept as small as possible, just because of it has to be supported. And then the security aspects of it too, where people are able to remotely that used to be a really big deal, to be able to remotely get into the system, and that you've had to manage all that. And for the most part, it's worked, and we are getting the work done. But so I would agree with your assessment.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that in itself has created some issues. So when we have added laptops to departments, so take my department. So I have a laptop and a desktop, and yesterday, now I have a laptop with a docking station. Casey's the same way, because if we add 100 laptops, now that's just a round number, then they have to be built in the 5-year replacement cycle, and we have to have a licensing for 100 new computers. And that's 100 new pieces of equipment that need updated, monitored, throughout their life cycle. So sometimes departments say, well, can we just keep the old ones? Well, yeah, but we're replacing them for a reason, because they become more labor intensive. And if we go from 5 to 10 pieces of equipment in your office, we've doubled the licensing. And so we're trying to change as the times have changed, and how we buy stuff, how we license things, how we replace things, and so that all departments at least have a minimal capability of working off-site in case of a pandemic, a flood, a blizzard, whatever might present itself.
Well, and I suspect that every device added adds the potential, at least, for more help desk tickets, because now I know they generate them with me as I am. The more things I have to manage, I have issues with them. And it's, which my help desk is actually over there, so.
So those are, security is an issue. We had I don't think it was a finding on the audit about our emergency backup.
Right.
Business continuity plan. I think it was specific to elections, but it applies to the whole county. So we'll be bringing in RFP in the future, and hopefully can address that, maybe some other security issues, by bringing in an outside vendor to help us resolve that one issue before it becomes a finding, or management finding in the future audits, and then help us, because security changes all the time. And Okanagan County, I think it was, somebody got a virus in through one of those portals and shut down their entire system for days. I mean, the entire system was down. Nobody was doing anything. So that's always the worst case scenario to IT. And we hope to always be able to avoid that. It's another issue we're dealing with, is trying to educate the departments that they will buy something and say, well, we need to plug this into, this needs access to the internet, whatever this is, whether it's to be updated or whether it's, and every time we plug something into the system, you're poking another hole in the security. It requires a patch, requires somebody to monitor it, requires a firewall. Behind the curtain, there's a lot that goes on. So how we're trying to get ahead of that is, Jeff and I decided we'd start this last year. We personally meet with all department heads, and if their management teams, if they want, and we sit down and ask a couple of questions. Are we doing what you need us to do? What do you need that you're not getting? A series of questions, and then we always give feedback to an individual department, like, are you aware this exists? Are you aware this exists? If you tried this, tried that. So a lot of times they'll say, geez, no, we didn't know that. And so I think it's a good opportunity for Jeff and I to meet face to face with all these departments and understand their issues, and then help them understand the issues that we have in helping them. And I think it makes for a better communication. So we're getting ready to re-engage that process. So, and then I think, one thing that Jeff's drafting is to security is a security policy. it's borderline out of control now with folks wanting to plug things into the system. And if we don't know about it in advance, we can't prepare the system. Gordy and Jeff and I are gonna meet and have some discussions. Almost everything in the new building is linked to the internet. The heating systems are linked to the internet. The lighting systems are linked to the internet. The security systems, the camera systems, everything is linked to the internet. And so we have to look at our system to see in the future, is it built? Do we need two networks so that we can run certain things on one and other things on the other? How do we ensure security when anything that gets plugged into a phone jack is a way into the security of our system? And various departments have a lot of confidential information, and you know, it only takes one breach of confidentiality and it's just bad news. So we're gonna, but I always tell Jeff and my folks, policy is not the answer. It has to come with education and understanding and the need for policy, you know, to make sure we're all moving in the right direction. So it can't be negative, it needs to be a positive. So, so we think meeting with everybody is gonna help us move that forward. So, and then public records, Jeff's very much part of the social media because all of this stuff has to be captured for public records, has to be searchable, has to be retained.
Are we planning on, once we get hopefully someday get a records retention person, are they gonna be working that angle? Or is he still gonna be working that angle?
Well, they'll be working with him for sure because each department now, probably a longer discussion, each department now has a public records coordinator or public person in charge of.
Right.
So we need kind of a central person to make sure all of those department folks are up to date. The law changes all the time.
Right.
And kind of be a contact and a lead. Some departments do it very well, some don't do it so well. So I think this person will be the tide that floats all the ships at the same level. Jeff will always be involved. And we did envision initially the public records person actually doing the searches. When a search request comes to your department, that department needs to be involved. But IT is generally involved. So this person will be a conduit, no pun intended, to the IT function and to the departments to make sure that we're, you know, because it's a cottage industry in this state, public records request. I've never experienced this before. So, you know, people can make a living if we don't do our job right.
We've been really, really lucky.
So it is a risk we're trying to mitigate. But yes, because the IT has to be involved because everything's electronically kept in some format or fashion. So I think that's what we wanted to end the discussion with is Jeff has been involved in setting up your new chambers video system and has been working with a proposed vendor on finding the right system for what you want to do, which is one that records, has good quality, has experience doing this, so that it doesn't make any sense to spend a lot of money and put cameras and audio in a room that people can't see or understand. So how things are placed, where things are placed, in addition to what you would like to see, because I know Lee wants the camera pointed right at her.
Oh.
Ready for a close-up.
We'll be able to pan that, whatever system
Yeah.
that's chosen. So the staff will have control of it. And so say the prosecutor's speaking, we can pan over that. If there's materials on an easel that you want audience to be able to view, we can pan over to that.
Yes. Yeah, there'll be two cameras, one pointed at the board and the other pointed at this table in the other room, with presentation cabling on the table as well. And then two TVs on the side is the current proposal, one that pivots towards you and the other that pivots towards the audience. And the ability to stream, to make conference calls, and then record video for the in-person meetings.
You know, Jeff and I talked about a lot of places you go have ceiling mics hanging down, but they tend to pick up everything. It can be hard to hear, maybe someone making a presentation. So I think the intent is is to have table mics,
Yeah, individual mics.
individual mics, so that the person speaking is clearly heard on their recording. So, and then I think there's 2 TVs leading in there, 2 big screens, one behind the commissioners and one
That's what I.
No, they're on the side.
on the side.
And then they'll just articulate one way or the other. So one will face the commissioners, the other will face the audience. But they'll be mirrored.
These would be fairly large screens so that you'll be able to see many more people who's talking and who's on the screen. And so we think we're trying to have it be a professional and productive experience that benefits both the commissioners, our public records retention, as well as the experience for the folks that are participating, so they can see what's going on and hear what's going on. So if you have any thoughts or input about any of that, we'd be glad to hear it.
I'd just like to say, I really appreciate what you gave us ahead of time, especially the 2021 major milestones. It's a great department update. You gave me all the heads up I needed before this meeting. So thank you all. And thank you, Jeff, for all the work you've done on my computer, getting this thing going. So
Thank you.
I appreciate my job.
Nope. Doing all great job. So I did have one question. When you and Jeff meet, how do you get a word in edgewise with all this talking?
Yeah, it's,
I'm just,
he's a man of few words and lots of action.
yes.
So we're gonna have to buy him sunglasses because I'm pretty sure I was talking to Shelby the other day that when the IT guys move on all those windows, they're not used to daylight. So
Yeah.
I've already told them they can't put butcher paper on the window.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I can't start covering up the glass. So thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you all.
Thanks, guys.
All right, anything before we break for lunch? Okay, well, we will adjourn the meeting until the afternoon. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. What do we feel like today? Devices are all synchronized with each other.
Redistricting occurs. I got a community council on that.
Oh.
Yeah, I have that question too.
I've already talked with Brenda about it, that,
It's 1 o'clock. Let me start the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all 3 commissioners are present. We'll need a motion on the agenda. Oh, thank you. There it is. It's even on there.
We gotta actually determine who starts this each time too.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Do you? I'm gonna start it.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry. Nope. I'm an old dog, so I have to, it takes me a little while to learn a new trick.
Well, you've been doing it for 12 years without it, so
Yeah.
it's a change.
Mr. Chairman, I would approve the business agenda as presented.
Okay.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the business agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. We don't have any minutes to approve at this time, which takes us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to comment to the board. Limited comments will be limited to 7 minutes per individual. You don't have to use all 7 minutes if you don't want to. So I will now open that up if you want to either raise your hand or unmute yourself. And please give your name and where you live for the record, please.
My name is Greg Wagner, live at 303 Fish Hatchery Road.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioners. I have a few questions about Lunch Hill Solar Farm. Can you tell me how many full-time local jobs it will create?
Mr. Wagner, I'm gonna remind, folks, and I'll leave this up to my seatmates as far as what they want to do. This typically is, citizen comment is an opportunity for you to comment to the board. It's for us to listen to you. It's not necessarily an opportunity to ask questions and get answers. We historically have in a more informal setting to do that. So I'm going to leave that because it's really hard for us to be able to answer questions that we don't know what you're going to ask and to actually have the data that you're asking for on hand. But you can please ask your questions. I'll leave it up to my seatmates. I'm not going to answer those myself personally until I have an opportunity to try to get good, accurate answers to your questions. But
Okay, I'll ask the questions and then you can respond by email or at the next meeting and answer them. So my questions are, how many full-time jobs will be created at Lund Hill? The next question would be, how is the 4,513 acres at Lund Hill zoned? Will it be zoned industrial? How much tax revenue will be generated from Lund Hill Solar Farm? How much money has Avangrid put into a Klickitat County escrow account for decommissioning? That's all I'd like to know. So if you can find those answers, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you, sir.
There was an email, I don't know, yeah, you guys all got it from Dave Barta.
Okay, we're in citizen comment. If there's citizens that wish to comment to the board, either raise your hand in the chat or unmute yourself and give your name.
You do have somebody that has their hand raised. They should be near the top.
Oh, there they are. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. My name is Deacon Letnich. I reside in Vancouver, Washington, but I'm the political and legislative director for the Laborers Union, and our main office is located in Vancouver, but we represent Clark, Cowlitz, Skamania, Klickitat, and part of Wahkiakum County. It almost ties in with the previous question. We have previously, and I anticipate again soon, a good chunk of our members that are working out at that solar project. And we also have somewhat of a vested interest in the potential of the upcoming pump storage facility at the old Alcoa plant. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce myself, let you know who I am, who we are, what we do, and make myself available for anything you guys might need. If you have any questions in regard to workforce or labor or just any kind of relations we can build if we continue to have so many members of ours working in Klickitat County. We'd like to have a relationship with the commissioners and hopefully a prosperous relationship for all.
Sir, can you tell me again the organization that you're represented?
Absolutely. So I am the political and legislative director for Laborers Union Local 335. And like I say, we're located in Vancouver as our main office. We represent, depends on the month, about 500 to 600 men and women and apprentices that work in labor scopes of work. We cover, I think, around 180 different scopes of work, but our bread and butter is concrete, asphalt, flagging, demolition. And so we're very excited about the upcoming projects in your county with specific regard to the solar farm and the potential of the pump storage. And yeah, just wanted to introduce myself and let you know that I'm available in any capacity to help you guys with anything that I can.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we're still in citizen comment.
Have Elaine, with a hand raised.
Okay, Elaine, you have your hand raised.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Elaine Harvey, and I live at 435 Hill Road. And I have a question about the Lund Hill Solar Project. And was there mitigated land set aside because of the loss of habitat for deer and other wildlife, birds, fish in Pine Creek and Wood Creek, loss of habitat and loss of water in the creeks because of the construction and post of construction to wash the solar panels? So I want to know, was there a mitigated area, like for the Goodnoe wind farm? They did allocate 200 acres of wildlife area in Rock Creek, in the Rock Creek watershed, which is adjacent to the Goodnoe wind farm at the time it was called. But anyways, I'm concerned about the wildlife on all of these green energy projects and the impacts. And also for this, especially this proposed night solar project. And I'm concerned about the fish, wildlife, birds, everything. And so that's what my question is in regards to the Lund Hill solar project. And I'll email you my email to all of you so you can respond to me with that question. And thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to say, a lot of these questions, it's probably best if staff were to answer those, because staff has all that information. I see that Dave McClure is online, and it's going over multiple different departments. So.
Well, and I would add that on the planning board of the county webpage, it has Lund Hill project in there. It has the SEPA and all that stuff. I've read it. I don't know the answers to these questions off the top of my head. I think I do, but I'm not going to state them without fact, but all that information is in there with that mitigation. And I know, at least with the animal stuff, they were talking about snakes and other things, and ecology deemed some animals in and some animals out. So definitely check out that planning department webpage, and you'll find the Lund Hill information there too.
I would offer though that if you, Ms. Harvey, if you send us an email with that specific question, then we can respond to it. We will respond to it, but we will do so consulting with the departments that have the relevant information. So I would say the same thing to Mr. Wagner as far as those 4 questions that you asked. It's not going to be me specifically answering that. We're going to put that out, and we will we'll try to get those answers to you.
Yeah, the reason, Commissioners, the reason I did ask is because Jacob Anderson was, I think he was part of DNR at the time when the Lund Hill project got slipped through the wind farm EOZ. So I just figured he might have recollect some kind of mitigation measures for wildlife and fish.
That was above my pay grade, Elaine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If you want to raise your hand or unmute yourself, if you wish.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Sherry Bosque. I live at 120 Houston Street, Houston 98623. And I would like to ask of the Commissioners this afternoon to follow through with the process of hearing the appeals as the Board of County Commissioners, to hear the appeals as on under canvas. I understand there's also you can hire an examiner. A hearing examiner, but I think that would cost money for the county to do that. So as in your process, I am asking today if the county commissioners, Board of County Commissioners, would follow through with the process and hold a public hearing to hear the appeals yourself. I believe that the constituents have elected smart, competent commissioners, that you would be able to hear this appeals and make a good decision for the people of your county. So I have one question you might not be able to answer. How much does it cost the taxpayers to hire an examiner? And then I have one other question. Because Commissioner Anderson last week had said that he recused himself from the hearing about under canvas. And I'd like to know why Commissioner Anderson has recused himself from hearing about this project. So 2 questions. How much does it cost to hire a hearing examiner, and how come Commissioner Anderson has recused himself?
To the chair, I have kind of the same question. I know we have a hearings examiner. I guess I would say on retainer, you might say, but I don't know if he's paid by the year just to be there or paid by the project that we submit. And hopefully I can get some clarification on that too.
Okay, and I would suggest that we defer that conversation until it's on the, because actually citizen comment is to comment on items that aren't before the board later in the agenda, already on the agenda, which this very discussion we will be taking up around 2:45 today. I apologize for, that's an hour and a half from now. You're certainly welcome to stay, it's a public meeting. You can hang out and watch us, the proceedings, or you can come back around that time if you want. But that I would suggest would be the time. I'll try to get some information on the hearings examiner as far as the cost, if I can get a chance between now and then. I have an idea, but I would be kind of off the top of my head, I would be speculating.
Okay, so are citizens going to have the opportunity to comment when you guys make your decision this afternoon?
No, that will be a discussion for the board to have. So I'm kind of rethinking that as far as if you.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, actually, that will be at the board's discretion at that time. We can certainly take citizen input at that time.
You will be.
No, I'm saying I will put the question to the board at 2:45. It's not a require. It's not a public hearing. It's just the board having a discussion amongst itself, and we'll discuss that at that time.
Okay. So to be clear, that my request is that the Board of County Commissioners follow through with hearing the public on their appeals instead of forwarding it on to a hearing examiner.
Okay.
And also, can Commissioner Anderson explain why he recused himself from the project, hearing the project?
Okay.
Can he answer?
That would be up to him.
I recused myself because I was involved with, I was staff for the county at the time, as well as on the community council, as well as we were in the middle of a campaign. And during the campaign, I was asked if I would recuse myself, and I agreed to. You probably saw it in the newspaper. This has been a very contentious issue, and I'm a man of my word. And so when I said I would recuse myself, I did.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration in hearing the appeals and keeping that on the county commissioners board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're still in citizen comment. So any citizen, either raise your hand if you're in the Zoom or unmute yourself if you're on the phone. If you wish to speak to the board. You have a hand raised?
I've got 2.
I'd like to say that if somebody else hasn't already raised their hand.
No, go ahead.
Rosemary Demick, 55 Tucker Hill Road.
Okay.
I had the opportunity to review the county's wildfire protection plan. It was mentioned in the Lund Hill project, and I was kind of concerned because there is actually a section in there. It's called area of concern, and I'm not really sure who all had their say in creating this plan. But the first 3 items in the areas of concern are utility lines, power transmission, water, phone, internet, and gas, natural gas lines, and the Golden Dale Generating Station, Puget Sound Energy Natural Gas Fire Plant, and also the wind power turbines and facilities. Those are the top areas of concern in the list. And I just am very concerned because it seems though that our county is being really lenient in allowing more renewable energy projects to enter this county when there are only 10 fire trucks available in Goldendale. And their plan is to put all of the responsibility on all the landowners that choose to live out here. And my concern is that when there's fires that happen at these facilities, the first thing that they do is they will shut the power off, and that will eliminate all of the landowners who are around these fires not to have access to water to put on the roofs or to make boundaries to prevent fires from consuming their properties or their homes. And so I just wanted to let the county know that there is a wildfire protection plan, and its area of concerns are energy facilities, and our county seems to be very negligent in allowing more and more of these to come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. Not seeing
You
any.
do have someone unmuted. The last four digits are 0796.
Okay.
Yes, that's me. Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name's Lisa Evans. I live in White Salmon, Washington. Some of you may be aware that there was a successful rescue on Mount Adams this weekend of a Trout Lake resident. And essentially during that time, it just raised some concerns as far as coordination with the search and rescue teams. And, you know, fortunately, a bunch of citizens were able to get together and do the successful rescue. And it just sort of highlighted, like I said, some communication issues and organization issues. And so I just want you to be aware that in the future, there is a group of people that will be organizing essentially a search and rescue group in the Trout Lake area just because of their vicinity to Mount Adams. You know, we do have very capable and talented people, and they don't require, you know, they don't require or won't require anything from the county other than perhaps their support in the future for the boundary lines. You know, Mount Adams is covered by many counties, Skamania, Yakima, and Klickitat, and that's where the problem runs into. A lot of these people are concerned about crossing the boundary lines. And so I just want to pass on, you know, that that we respect those lines, and just in the future, there may be a request in assistance, just getting interjurisdictional cooperation so that should a rescue need to occur, that they have full support of the various counties and won't be in fear of any type of retribution if they're on a rescue that involves them crossing county lines. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
And you do have Elaine.
I have Elaine has her hand raised.
Hi, this is Elaine Harvey, 435 Hill Road again. I'm just making a comment in regard to the rescue on Mount Adams. Yakima Nation has a no trespassing on Mount Adams on the Yakima Nation side. And if there's a rescue, I know our deputy director wants to be contacted, and you can contact Yakima Nation police to get that to get to him. And yeah, that's been an ongoing issue with Yakima Nation with trespassing, and that's all I gotta say.
Okay, thank you. I would also, if Ms. Evans is still on the phone, we do have a search and rescue coordinator. Jeff King fulfills that role for the county. I'm assuming there is, or I would hope there would be communication going out from this group or potential group to the search and rescue coordinator, who would probably be your best contact, and maybe that is going on. I was just putting that information out there if you were not aware of that.
Right. No, thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, they are very aware of, you know, the chain of communication, and are, happy to be able to work with the county in any way. Like I said, just to make sure that they're doing things right. And yeah, they will also be reaching out to Jeff. I just mostly want to make you aware of the situation and what the need might be in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that boundary question might have to do more with the tribe than the counties.
Yeah, I think the counties are open and happy to join in that.
Okay. Okay, we are still in citizen comment.
We
So,
have Marlene unmuted.
okay, Marlene, you are unmuted if you wish to speak to the board.
Hello, this is actually Thomas Woodward. Address is 50 Postman Road, Houston, Washington. I would just like to second what Sherry said and strongly encourage the Board of Commissioners to hear all of the SEPA appeals regarding the under canvas application. I feel the commissioners have had plenty of opportunity and ample opportunity to understand what the issues are, and I think that they're the ones who are in a best position to be able to address these issues. So I just wanted to let you know what my opinion was. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. Not seeing any hands raised. If you don't, you can also unmute and announce who you are and where you live.
Kay is unmuted.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, this is not Kay, this is Jim Hill. I live at 3115 Highway 142. I want to speak in favor of these solar panel projects. And I will say that the company that we are working with is required by, I'm sure the state, and I'm also pretty sure the county requires them to be bonded, which will be used in the case of they need it for cleanup, 40 years from now or whenever, 20 years. To kind of talk a little bit about what Elaine's concerns were, at least the company that we're working with, I'd be surprised if they take every square inch of our property. They have to stay away from creeks and wetlands, and we have a couple of those on our property. And so the ponds that we've built over the years will still be available for the animals, deer and birds. That's primarily what we built them for. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm in favor of the project. Somebody on the radio yesterday said that it was going to spoil the view from the fairgrounds. Well, I was there yesterday to get my vaccination, and I made a point to look. I didn't go up in the grandstands. You can't get out of the car, but from ground level at the horse barns and the RV park, you will not be able to see them. And I'm thinking that most people in and around town will not be able to see them. They'll be fenced with privacy screening, and they're 6 feet tall at the top. For the most part, you won't, I don't think after time you won't see them. We have to stay 1,500 feet away from any non-participating house, which is a quarter mile or more, a little more. And so I think that the people that are the cease people, there's a lot of misinformation in their pamphlets. And I wish that they would get a hold of some of the companies that are involved in this thing and talk to them and learn what's really going to happen, what it's really going to look like. And I'll be going with you guys on the to Prineville to see the ones down there, just for sure. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Are we keeping a list of the people that have Are they contacting Moshe if they want to go on that tour? Are we keeping a list?
Yes, they have to, in fact, they have to let her know, I think the deadline is the 12th of February, so that we can provide the information to the businesses down there so they can be prepared. So yeah, so we have a list of who's going. Perfect. And we are still in citizen comment for the next 3 minutes. I am going to be strict about, we have a packed agenda early on. So if there's anybody that still wishes to speak to the board for the next 3 minutes, that time.
Real quickly, can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
Rosefield Dimick, 55 Sucker Hill Road. And yeah, there's been a lot of comment about how we are spreading this misinformation. If somebody could just specifically specify what it is that we're spreading that's misinformation, that would be great, because that's not what we're intending on doing. We've had several articles written in the paper, and nobody has ever come back and said that any of our facts are untrue. So we have reached out to many of these solar farm companies, and none of them have gotten back to us, not a single one. So in our defense, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of minutes left or less.
Hi, this is Greg Wagner, Fish Hatchery Road, member of Cease. With response to Mr. Hill's statement, he doesn't realize that now we don't have an EOZ. When he says 1,500-foot setback, that no longer applies, and screening, that doesn't apply. Cypress Creek is notorious for, if that's who he's trying to get a contract with, that's who's notorious for getting the Department of Energy's tax subsidies, building a solar farm, and then disappear. And currently in Avangrid, our county doesn't even have a security bond, is what Mr. Hill was referring to. We don't even have a security bond in place for Lund Hill. They don't even have to have a security bond for seven years. So Cypress Creek, Avangrid, any of them can disappear, and we are stuck with the cleanup. There is no decommissioning fund until after 7 years at Lund Hill. So Cypress Creek built the solar farm in Pendleton, and a year later sold it to another company. They went back and got more energy money from the Department of Energy, our tax money, and they built another solar farm. They have no intentions to stay here and be a good neighbor. And we have reached out to them and had asked information, and none of them will tell us anything. They've been acquiring land here for over 4 years very secretively. They have no intention to being honest and upfront with the citizens. They are not a good company or good companies to have in our county. And Mr. Hill is wrong in many things he is saying. So if we're wrong, we'll admit it. Why doesn't he? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is now 1:30. Our time for public comment has ended. Thank you for those comments. That brings us to our next order of business is public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. We do have a bid opening for requests for proposals to identify a provider for connectivity for Klickitat County for its Goldendale and White Salmon offices. I don't know who.
Jeff's on his way. I think he's coming in the field.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some new voices on citizen comment. That was good for me.
Apologize, Commissioners. He's coming up the stairs.
Okay.
He's not late yet. He's got about a minute.
I don't know. Mine says 1:30.
No,
Mine says 1:31.
All right, well.
Thanks, Lee. You're gonna give him a hard time. You were psychic. You would have known that before.
If I gave him a hard time earlier, why not just continue on?
Yeah, might as well scare the daylight.
Well, no, I'm trying to make you feel loved, so come out of the shell.
He's okay.
We'll eventually get you to come out of your shell.
Yes. Okay. So this is a request for proposals to identify a provider for connectivity for the Klickitat County for its Goldendale and White Salmon offices. I see something, so.
Yeah.
that chair. I don't know why.
Are these all for the first one?
Yes.
Is it all is it multiple companies or are these single?
It's two different companies.
Oh, well, okay. Well, at least there's two.
Okay.
Jake, on that,
Actually, I think there you go.
Sealed proposal
Yeah,
for
two separate
connectivity. This is from GorgeNet, received on 1/22/21, which I believe is on time. Cover letter.
There's actually two RFPs, Mr. Chair, one for, both for connectivity, but for different pieces, so we.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
And I
right.
don't have- Okay. So I have an appendix B bid sheet. Klickitat County Courthouse, 205 Columbus Avenue. Okay, so there's a first year cost and an annual cost second year. And it's 200 megabits service is first year 5,234, second year is 5,039.40. If you want 500 megabits service, the price goes up to 6,434. And then for the first year, 6,239.40 for the second year. And if you want 1 gigabits per second service, it's 7,439.40 the first year and 7,439.40 the second year. And they have just a copy of the same.
I have a question while you're looking. You have 200, 500, 1,000. Are you planning on like starting small and working our way up, or are you just gonna pick one of those three?
The hope is to go with the gigabit. A gigabit.
I was gonna say gigabyte would be cool. All right, so that is that one. It looks like there's plenty of copies. And then we have from Wave, received on the 25th. Paper.
Wow.
Wave history. Gotta teach these guys to the dang point. Cover pages, my friends. Public Works can teach something. At the back. Aha. All right. Non-reoccurring charges, monthly reoccurring charges, $714 for 200, $1,579 for 500, and $1,579 for 1 gigabits per second. First year cost is 200 megabit service, 8,568. 500 is 22,948. 1 gigabits is 22,948. Second year cost, 200 is 8,568. 500 is 18,948, and 1 gigabit is 18,948. Granted, the speed and price may be something different when you dig into it, as these pages are 100 pages long. So I'm hoping that we will send this back to Jeff to help us understand and come up with a recommendation. We have something else from Wave. I didn't make it clear which one's which.
Yeah, one RFP is for the courthouse.
This, the first one that he, I guess it, I mean, it says courthouse.
Courthouse.
I wonder if that one.
And then the other RFP would be for the.
Pioneer Center.
Yeah,
This one says this one just says RFP for connectivity, issued 2021. So back page of that. Oh, this one has Pioneer Center. Non-reoccurring charges. Monthly reoccurring charges for 100 megabits per second is 856. 250 megabits per second is $1,080. First year cost is $10,380 for 100 megabits. Second year, same. 250 megabits yearly cost is $12,960. The Ethernet circuit, Klickitat County Courthouse to the Pioneer Center. Monthly reoccurring charges for 20 mbit is $920. 50 mbit is $1,150. 100 mbit is $1,470. For first year costs of 20 mbit, $11,040. 50 mbit, $13,800. And 100 mbit, $17,640. Fiber, Klickitat County Courthouse, Goldendale to the County Dispatch Center. Monthly reoccurring charges, 2 dark fibers is $600. 4 dark fibers is $1,200. First year cost is $7,200 for 2 dark fibers. 4 dark fibers is $14,400 per year.
I would certainly entertain a motion to return these to the IT department for a review and a recommendation.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'm hoping to stall and make my poor man not have to read all this very well. I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to return these to IT for review and a recommendation. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Thank you.
All right, good. Yeah, that looks like fun reading.
Yeah, and hopefully when you come back with your recommendation, you give us a good rundown as to that pile and why.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's now, we're just about at 1:40, which we're having a discussion with Comprehensive Healthcare Director Kyle Cardwell, discussion and updates regarding mental health services in Klickitat County.
He's there.
He is there, okay.
As well as Director Quinn's on the line too.
Okay, great. All right, well, welcome. So if you can.
Kedwell's unmuted.
All right, can I go ahead and go?
Yes, you can, thank you.
Okay, all right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kyle Cardwell. I am the Director for Comprehensive Healthcare here in Klickitat County. I have been here since fall of late 2019 and kind of wanted to take the opportunity, since there are 2 new board members to the county commissioners, to kind of talk about what we have and what we're working on and kind of what our plan is for going forward. So we offer mental health and substance abuse services out of our Goldendale and White Salmon offices. So we offer outpatient therapy, we offer medication, psychiatric medication, and then we have an intensive outpatient for substance abuse program that can be done in either location, White Salmon or Goldendale. Because of COVID, we are doing a number of our services via telehealth. But as many of you are aware, sometimes the internet connection in some of our more rural areas can be problematic. So we have continued to offer in-person work with social distancing. Couple of things wanted to bring to the attention is we have as of the fall, we have a new mobile crisis team. This was made possible from some of the True Blood funding that came down through the state. So right now, we have a full-time designated crisis responder who covers Thursday evenings from 5 p.m. to Monday 5 a.m. And we also have a crisis case manager as part of that program, and we're currently recruiting and we're interviewing right now for another crisis case manager. The rest of the week is covered either via telehealth or some of our other therapists here on the ground. So that is something that we have heard from the community that we're trying to do that. We just ran the data the other day. Our average response time from call to response is about 37 minutes. And given the distance between White Salmon and Goldendale, and depending on who's on call or where they are, that's pretty respectable. So a couple other things that we've done in the last year is we now have been able, through some grant funding, to get a telehealth machine into the jail there. Carmen was very happy about that. So I think she refers to it as a doc on a stick. So we're able to access anyone in our network through that machine. So if it's a crisis, we can respond more quickly and not have to drive to the jail in the middle of the night. So they can get an initial response much quicker. And if we need to respond in person, we can. The other thing that we wanted to bring forward is we have put in a grant request to the Department of Commerce to create what we're calling a crisis stabilization unit here in White Salmon. It would be basically 2 chairs, recliners that a patient could stay up to 24 hours, so 23 hours and 59 minutes. And so this would be for patients who need a little bit extra support, but don't necessarily meet the criteria for involuntary hospitalization. So it's kind of a bridge between folks that we can see and release to go home and folks that we need to hospitalize. So in this case, we would be able to have eyes on them for up to 24 hours, help stabilize, and then hopefully in that period of time, connect them to some resources. And so, you know, as everyone's probably aware, the hiring challenges are not unique to Klickitat. We have a national shortage of mental health providers. And I just talking to one of my counterparts, another organization today, they're having some of the same challenges. So just kind of wanted to introduce myself and kind of just give you all a brief update of what we're doing and answer any questions and hear from you all if there are things that you all would like to see in the community that we could work towards.
Thank you, Mr. Cardwell. Questions or comments? No, really? Wow.
Still getting myself up to speed a little
Okay.
bit, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of conversations over my 4-year term, sir.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on something.
I look forward to that.
And this is Dave Sauter on, you had mentioned as far as the hiring, you know, that there's kind of a national shortage on mental health folks. Kind of what's been your strategy and is it being successful? Have you had, you know, it seems like there have been perpetual, you know, staff shortages in the organization. And again, understanding that that is not unique to comprehensive in Klickitat County. Do you feel like you're kind of getting a handle on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So I relocated here after over 9 years working up in Alaska in rural healthcare. And so I really have a passion for working in remote areas. And unfortunately, I wish there were a lot more who shared my passion for working in rural areas. So it is a challenge. I know that since I've been here, we have hired on a few. We've lost a few to attrition, going to other organizations. Unfortunately, it's a therapist market. They know that, so there are plenty of jobs, and so it's not uncommon for us or other organizations to lose candidates to higher paying positions, which is unfortunate. As far as I'm aware, mental health providers, you know, therapists or substance abuse providers, I have a hard time thinking of one, or probably toward the bottom of the pay scale for a healthcare provider that can give a diagnosis. not uncommon for an associate level nurse to make more than my staff who have master's degrees. Reimbursement for mental health is definitely not where it could be. And so I think there's some challenges. So I think one of the things, I mean, when I came on, we had talked about with our HR up in Yakima to do some more targeting recruiting. That has been somewhat successful. I am getting applicants from other parts of the country, and that can be a double-edged sword. One, it's great to get applicants, but then realizing, like, you know, is this someone who really would want to pick up and move a couple thousand miles to a rural area? And so we haven't had a lot of success finding the best candidates that way. But what I will tell people is, if you know of anyone, happy to look at them. Also, you know, one of the things that Comprehensive does really well is I have a position right now that we would hire straight out of high school as long as they can pass a background check, and we could train them up through the ranks to become a substance abuse counselor. It'd take a couple of years, but the only requirement is, you know, a clean record and high school degree, and then we will get them trained. So we do have opportunities like that. Unfortunately for the therapy, that, you know, does take a master's degree, but we like to grow our own. Since I have started here, one of my staff has started his master's, and then I'm working with another one to try to get her master's. And so that's been my approach, is kind of grow our own and use some of our resources. We do offer with CEO approval tuition reimbursement for staff. So that, I think for Klickitat, that might be an end there, as we train our bachelor's level staff to get their master's.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Thank you.
How many total employees do you have in Klickitat County?
Oh, that's a great question. I've got a couple open. It's around 20.
Have you had, I mean, I don't know why it's so interesting that I'm so focused on staff issues, maybe because we talked about, we were with our own HR folks this morning. So are we, and recruitment and retention and what a struggle that is really across I'm just kind of curious, has not only, you mentioned as far as the compensation that folks get, are you finding it to be an issue as far as getting folks to relocate, the affordability and availability of housing? Because we do, you know, we hear about that in other.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
So white salmon, and I know this personally because I just bought a house here recently. The housing prices here are really high. Goldendale is more affordable, but then some folks would prefer to have closer proximity to Portland or the other things. So it really just depends on the person, but housing is definitely an issue, the prices of it.
Okay. Thank you. That's consistent with.
I think the price is an issue on that side of the county, and the quality is the issue on this other side.
Right. All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Cardwell? No, you don't have any buddies in Alaska that you can entice down here?
Some buddies down.
Yeah. So I will tell you this, I convinced a friend of mine to come out and look at the area. I'm trying. I have a meeting next week where I went to where I graduated from, trying to plug us in. I am definitely trying to recruit. So I'm hoping that in the next year or so, things look up, but it's a challenge. And it's a state, the state, this goes, I mean, there are other areas in the state too that are having this issue. It's not just Klickitat.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay. All right, we will move on. Director Quinn is on. We're running a little bit ahead, but if you wanted to start your department update, if you're available and ready, and if you're not, I guess you can tell us jokes or something while we wait for the time to be ready.
No, I'm good. We've lost our sense of humor in public health, so I'll pass on the jokes. Maybe this summer.
Okay,
We'll
this
see.
summer.
Yeah, maybe July. We'll be back with
For
jokes.
you guys over there in public health, it's a very trying time.
It's not been pleasant, no, but we're doing good work, so that at the end of the day helps.
I hear compliments nonstop when I walk around the community, so you're doing good.
Good, thank you. So I did provide you with a packet of the update. We are still doing a lot of good work. We're still providing all of our regular services that we normally would in public health. I'm gonna just focus mostly on COVID because that's all anybody really wants to talk about today. But just, reminding you that we're still seeing our WIC clients. Those are all being done remotely. We're still offering family planning services. We have our breastfeeding and maternity support services that we're still seeing clients remotely. For some individuals, we will see them in person if their needs warrant that. Environmental health continues to be busy with just kind of the more temperate weather this year. They haven't had as slow of a season as they would normally expect, and are still out there doing that, all of their work, in addition to also, and everybody is supporting our COVID work. So the information I gave you last week as far as numbers obviously is out of date. When I looked at probably about an hour ago, we had 694 total cases, with 36 active cases in the county right now. I believe there's one person in hospital, and that is we counted them as a COVID hospitalization, but they're no longer there for COVID. So we've done really well with that. The big thing everyone's really excited to talk about, obviously, is vaccines. So as of, I think, the end of today, in this county, we will have given over 4,300 vaccines to date. That's your first and second doses, so that's cumulative. We've received, I think as of yesterday, about 7,000 doses total, and they are holding back some of those vaccines for the second doses and being really mindful of that. We just are having so many challenges with vaccine supply, and that obviously makes logistics challenging. We don't know from week to week how much vaccine we're going to get. Typically, I'll find out maybe Sunday, sometimes Saturday, what we're going to get as a county for the following week. I think this week we didn't schedule any of our appointments until Monday of this week because that's when we knew how much vaccine we were going to have. We have really good partnerships with Klickitat Valley Health, Skyline, and North Shore. We've been working really closely with them. We've been trying to help each other out with waiting lists. Our waiting list currently, we have over 350 people on our waiting list. I believe North Shore yesterday told me they had somewhere in the range of 1,200, and I know Skyline and KVH also have waiting lists. So just reminding people to be patient. We can get a lot of vaccines out the door very quickly. We just need the vaccine. KVH has done a great job. They're up at the fairgrounds. I think last Wednesday, they gave over 300 vaccines in one day. They utilized our staff. So we sent all of our nurses up there for the day, and they had their staff and got 300 doses through. So that's kind of their number. They can do up to 300 a day. Skyline has plans to do a comparable number with the clinics they have. North Shore's can do 100 plus a day, and we can do 100 plus a day. So in the event that we have vaccine across this county, we should be easily being able to administer up to 800 or more vaccines in a day if we have the vaccine. So I feel really good about what we have in place, the processes, everything's going really well. Just need the vaccine. So,
Aaron, this is Dave Sauter.
Yes.
Have you heard, because I was on my, seems like daily call now, on this topic and other topics as well, as far as up to folks at the state level, state association. Have you seen any, because the last things we heard out of Department of Health was that they were, eventually in the very near future, we're supposed to get 3-week forecasts of vaccines, not a weekly forecast. Are you hearing, is that filtering down at all? Or Are other folks talking about it? Because that would be one thing that would be really helpful, is if you knew out 3 weeks what the vaccine supply, you could actually schedule people out 3 weeks. So are you hearing any of that, or is it not getting translated down to the ground at all?
No, we definitely, that is information that we have been given, but I'm a distrusting sort of person. So
Right.
until I see that in writing, for me, it's just rumor. So
Okay.
I believe at some point that will be the case, but it's not happening yet. I'm not even seeing accurate weekly reporting. And so anyway.
Right, and then one more follow-up, and then I'll go. And then are you, and we don't have any max vaccination sites in the county as far as the state is setting up here. We're near some. I did hear from folks in those jurisdictions that most of them had no advance notice, there was no coordination going on with the local healthcare providers. So I'm assuming this shouldn't be an issue for us, because I don't think they're planning on any here. But is that consistent with what you're hearing with your counterparts across the state, where these 6 or 7 sites were set up?
Yeah, that was my understanding. The public health staff got to not mine, but in another county, got to work on Monday morning, and their phones blew up to find out about the mass clinic that the staff didn't know anything about. So, and to be perfectly honest, they had that mass clinic in Benton Franklin, I think it was. And I mean, KVH out vaccinated them nearly in one day. So, I think we just need to, we're doing better than some of those other sites. And frankly, they're taking our vaccine, which is really frustrating, because that's part of our allocations have been cut to put in mass vaccine clinics. And I have a lot of concerns about that. That really decreases access and availability in our counties, and not everybody's able to just drive over to Clark or Benton Franklin and get that vaccine. So I understand the intent, but I'm not sure that's not a disservice to our county.
Mr. Christopher. Aaron, this is Commissioner Christopher. I kind of got a question that leads into kind of what you were saying there about them taking our vaccines kind of thing. Are we keeping any kind of a list, a roster, a roll call, or anything to make sure that we are vaccinating evenly dispersed across the county and not more in one place than another? I know obviously there's no hospitals in Dallasport for those people. So are we trying to make sure we're spreading our vaccine evenly across the county?
I mean, yes, but no. So we're just taking, I know, just from my office, I can say I feel like we've gotten pretty decent representation from the zip codes across the county. I've seen, because you walk through the clinic and everybody. So we've seen people from the East End, the West End. Eventually, we will likely take vaccine to the East End. That's one of my areas of concern, because I feel like they have less access.
Right.
But again, a lot of our plans that we have tentatively hinge on the actual vaccine. The state processes have actually made it incredibly difficult to take the vaccine out of our office, which is another uphill battle for us, because that again is just another challenge to making sure that everyone has equitable access. So
if I hear you correctly, for the people in Nicholton, let's say, they really need to drive to your office, you can't at this point take the vaccine to them. Is that
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Eventually we will be able to. It's just there's a lot of logistics and hurdles that have to happen before we can actually do that.
Okay.
So we will get there. I just can't give you a timeline of when either. That's the other problem.
No, I don't think anything with this has a timeline, and
no,
including the proclamations. There's a new one every week. So
yeah, we'll cover that. Any other questions about the vaccines?
Is it another, just, I'm always trying to kind of ground truth what I'm hearing on these other calls as far as how it's affecting us here locally. I heard from other folks around the state, and that on average, they're putting in their orders for vaccine. And again, I don't want to mischaracterize. As far as I'm concerned, we do have max vaccination sites in Klickitat County. we're doing them. As you said, we're doing really well, folks. But the issue is not being able to vaccinate people; it's vaccine supply. And what I'm hearing around the state is, on average, people are getting about 30 to 35% of what they're requesting is about what the allocation as far as they're actually getting. Is that consistent with what we're doing? We seem to be doing, I'll say that 7,000, that was a high number to me.
35% of the population.
Yeah, so
granted, that's two doses.
Two doses
Really
and
only
everything.
15% of the population.
So how are we faring as far as, are we faring better than average as far as getting our getting allocations versus our counterparts in the rest of the state?
I haven't calculated the percentage of like what's been asked for versus what we've actually received. I know, I think the last 2 weeks we've asked for our department. I don't have visibility about what the other clinics ask for. At some point they normally tell me, but I don't actually have that as part of the tracking that the state provides me. I think last week we ordered 500 doses and we got 100. So
we're close.
Yeah, yeah, really close.
Okay.
And I think Skyline ordered 1,000 and they got maybe 200. So
okay, so maybe
it's
that
just
30% number is a little high. But
yeah, I just don't know. I can't speak to the percentage, but
okay.
it has been an issue where we're asking for vaccine and not getting the number we actually asked for.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on vaccines or?
Well, can I stall this one for about, I don't know, an hour or two?
No.
Before we move to the next one?
Is there any other department stuff you wanted to bring up, Aaron?
Yeah, I just want to make sure
Okay.
everybody's good with the vaccines, because that seems to be like, that's a really big conversation for people. And it's a challenge to kind of understand. One more point, I guess, that I forgot to make is people are really, they want to know when we're going to go to the 1B tier 2. And just, again, I apologize. We have literally no idea. So just hang in there. Once we get the vaccine, we'll get it to the people that want it in the phase that it's appropriate for quickly. Just again, waiting for the supply. So, and then again, reminding people, so even though maybe you've gotten a vaccine or both vaccines, that masking and social distancing are still going to be important, even though you may get a decreased, you won't get as sick with COVID if you get it, or not at all. You may still carry it. So continuing to wear masks and social distancing that having a vaccine doesn't give you a free license to do whatever it is you would normally do. We are still doing case and contact tracing completely in-house. We've been unsuccessful with getting the state to support us at this time. With just over the last couple of weeks, our case rates have decreased slightly. So not as much of a burden on the staff as it has been, although now they're double tasked with case and contact tracing and vaccinating. So well, that's been a challenge. We're still getting all of the work taken care of. So and then I would just wanted to touch on the roadmap to recovery. I think it changed even after I wrote this update for you last Wednesday. So, on January 11th, the Governor Inslee put out the roadmap to recovery approach, which really they established the region that we're part of for our metrics now. So Klickitat, Skamania, Clark, Cowlitz, and Wahkiakum. And then last Thursday, and they were gonna evaluate every single week whether we met in the metrics to move forward to phase 2. And so last week they changed it, so now that's going to be every other week they're going to update us with that information. And I will say I think that every other week is a little bit more reasonable. I saw a lot of challenges with the every week reevaluation. They also changed it so that if you met 3 out of the 4 metrics, that you could move forward. Instead of being required to meet all 4. Anyway, so they're looking at the decreasing trend of cases over the last 2 weeks, with a decrease as defined as less or 10%. So they want more than 10% decrease over the last 2 weeks. They want a decrease of 10% in hospital admission rates. The ICU occupancy has to be less than 90, and the COVID test positivity rate, it has to be less than 10%. I continue to see and have huge issues with the way this is written. With a lot of public health things, it can be really challenging for people to understand and people to, kind of want to follow those metrics. And normally I feel confident about saying, like, this is why we're doing it. This is the numbers that make sense. This is, this is stressful for all of us. But honestly, at this point, I can't really defend the logic behind the way this is being done. There's a lot of, the information that we're being given and evaluated on is almost a month old. There's a lot of unknowns and discrepancies in the reports. And I still don't feel that being in a region is good for this county. I don't think we should be judged on metrics, of Clark County or Cowlitz County, I think is actually worse right now. So this now has an impact on our sports, the ability of our schools to play sports right now. If we're not in phase 2, they can't move forward to into their sports, which I think we're supposed to start next week, in 2 weeks, maybe the 15th, whenever that comes up, 2 weeks. I think that's disheartening for a lot of people because when I look at my numbers, I'm seeing a decreasing case rate. Our positivity rate's never really going to be good. The providers in this county have been testing people who are either symptomatic or close contacts. So we're always going to have a high positivity rate. So I just, having that metric as one of the things we're being judged on is continuing to be frustrating. So just really encouraging people when they get frustrated to, let their representatives know and send letters up. So anyway, that's the regional approach. So I believe the next update will be next week as to whether we can move to phase 2 or not.
Aaron, this is Commissioner Christopher. I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Going back on your lines of the metrics with the positive test results happen to be under 10%, and we're really only testing people that we actually think have it.
Yeah.
If we're going to reopen and hit the metrics that the governor's demanding, do we need a policy shift on who we're testing or allowing to get the test in order to hit those metrics?
So, I could debate that one with you all day long, right? Like, should we just run a testing clinic and get as many people as we can tested and utilize our resources that we may not have later when we need them? But realistic, so, that's a concern, right? We could test a lot of people, and that makes sense because that would only make a difference in Klickitat County. So if you have any sway in Clark County and you could get them to do a testing site, that's what needs to happen. But that is a good question about the policy. But is it responsible to just utilize test rates or test kits for a number and then not have the test kits available if there's another surge or spike, and utilize resources that we need to? It's hard. It's a hard answer.
Got it.
But really, we just need Clark County to test more. As long as we're in a region, that's what needs to happen.
That's true. It really doesn't matter how much we test because we got 1 million people in Clark County to judge.
Yeah. Well, it matters how much we test, and I think there's definitely some. We could do a little bit more broader testing, but as far as just like running a clinic, that we're going to test as many people as we can this week so we can, inflate our number or decrease our positivity rates in the county. But then, the positivity rate that I was provided last week for last week's update was from the beginning of January. So if we did that this week, is it going to be another month before we're evaluating that positivity rate?
I just think that's going to be the one metric that we can't get to the 3. That's the one that's going to hold us back.
It might. It's hard to say. I just continue to be hopeful. I've talked with Dave, and I know that a lot of this, frustration is being pushed up through the WSALFO, which is your equivalent of the Washington State, whatever, WASAC that you all do. So, I mean, it's being pushed from the ground up. We just, I just continue to ask people to push that information up because I'm hopeful at some point someone will listen. So, any questions about the roadmaps or recovery, anything like that?
No, next time start off with the bad news and then give us the good news.
Well, because everybody just gets so excited about the vaccine. I'm excited about the vaccines. Honestly, I just I'm not sure if my staff are more happy to be giving the vaccines or people are more excited to be getting the vaccines, and just that energy and happiness has just kind of been infectious. So I start out with that. So. And then just if you don't have more questions about the recovery information, just being aware that unfortunately on my part, I've gotten involved in some legislative work, and we're continuing to keep our eye just on that House Bill 1152, which is the development of comprehensive health districts, which I just think this roadmap to recovery is a fine example of why we don't want to be phased in a regional or put into a region as a district. There's a lot of failing points here that I don't see getting better. So making sure that people are aware of that. I did testify on House Bill 1110 last week, and that had to do with the composition of the boards of health. And then to thank you all for your support last week when I needed at the last minute to get some support for Senate Bill 5149, which is going to expand and stabilize funding for foundational public health services. So the money that we get for foundational public health services currently typically funds communicable diseases, environmental health. It gives us funding for a lot of different trainings and just kind of some infrastructure building within the department that we get every year. And that bill will help us expand the funding that we do get and make it more of a stable funding source. So thanks for your support on that. So, otherwise, I think that's all I have. It's mostly business as usual, vaccines and contact tracing.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Aaron?
No.
No, I mean, I would just reiterate your earlier statements as far as there is a lot of there's a lot of communication, which is a good thing, going on between local public health folks, local elected officials, and folks at the state level. And I'm hopeful that, again, I think the focus is not on, we don't like what, we're mad at you, we don't want this. It is literally practical experience at the ground, trying to explain why this or that isn't really working for us. And I think maybe I'm being naive or hopeful. I think some of it's getting through. I think, because again, I think folks, up the chain, they want to do the right thing. We just have a difference of opinion of how best to do that and get it implemented down at the local level. And so I'm hopeful, and I will say, yeah, the WSALFO folks, the WASAC folks, all those folks are tireless. They're at this seemingly 24 hours a day. I keep getting emails and texts at times, as far as on what's kind of going on, where they're trying to interact with the state folks, and then also the legislature too. So it's just a really trying time right now, because there's just a lot of moving pieces right now. And usually those moving pieces aren't making things better, at least from my perspective.
Not mine either.
That's my assessment.
No, I'm with you on that one.
So, all right, well, if there's nothing else.
Just thank you for what you do.
Yes, thank you. Oh, and I will, another kudos. I've had lots of interactions with Skyline and North Shore, KVH. All of those folks just have sung the praises of you and your staff, just the whole, kind of the whole community and the volunteers and how this is all going together. So please communicate that to your folks, that it is being noticed out in the community by the not just the citizens, but the professionals too, understand that. And that makes me feel good because I feel like we're not really having anything to do with it, but I get to share a little of the reflected goodwill that's bouncing off you and your staff. So thank you for that. I can use a little of that right now.
Thank you. So can we.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. All right. We're running a little ahead of schedule, but not that much. So our next item is a discussion regarding amending resolution 17020, which suspended investigation and abatement of code enforcement nuisance complaint cases during a pandemic by adding an exception that if there is a direct and immediate threat to public health as determined by an agreement of the environmental health director and the building and code compliance director. So I don't know do you wish to lead this discussion?
Yeah,
Commissioner Anderson?
We had an issue with open flowing septic system that everybody got copied on. So I got involved with that to try to find a solution. And the way that the previous board had written the ordinance, or the ordinance that was passed that somebody wrote, it didn't give us any wiggle room to do anything, even if it mattered with public health or had a nexus with environmental health. So this is just a way to give us a way to deal with these direct health or safety issues. We also had a complaint come in a few days later with regards to a parcel of property in White Salmon that was being excavated, and somebody below was worried about there being a landslide. And the way it was written, as the prosecuting attorney says, is we can't even investigate it. We can't even make phone calls. So in that instance, the purpose of this resolution amendment is to allow us to deal with things that could have health or safety.
So, question, clarity anyway. So this has been run through the prosecutor, and the wordage of immediate threat to public health would then qualify for the landslide possibility.
I hope he's online because it did get sent to him.
I guess my point is, did we leave this open enough to be able to address more things than just raw sewage running down the road?
That was the idea. And Aaron or Lynn or the PA.
Has he signed off on the new resolution with the amendment on it?
That's the question that was left.
No. No.
Because I know he didn't look at the original.
Yeah, that's what he said.
So I want to make sure before I guess, God, I don't know. I want to make sure he reads it over and is okay with the legalities of it before we sign off on it, but I kind of don't want to wait until next week to deal with raw sewage running down the road too. So I don't hear him piping up, so maybe it's not on there.
You see him yet?
I do not see the prosecutor on
I
the
don't see him
line
on
yet.
there
Just a suggestion, you could postpone this until next week.
I'm gonna say that's
Yeah, well, actually maybe my suggestion would be, we are running a little ahead of schedule. Maybe later in the agenda, give him an opportunity, because we are about 10 minutes ahead.
Because if he's okay with it, I'd like to sign it today and not wait a week, but.
I would like to hear his
And that's-
comments.
I mean, we got this out a week ago and
Right.
postponed it
Right.
so that everybody would have a chance to look at it.
That's true too.
Um,
So yeah, I guess with that, I hope he has time to jump on today. If he doesn't, I'm willing to sign it and then run it through his office.
Okay, let's move on in the agenda. We can go down to consent. Did anybody have any issues with 13 items on
I had
it?
one question.
Okay.
Item number 3, that vehicle, I'm assuming, was approved for replacement by the last board.
Yeah, it should be.
The last one blew up. I get that whole gist. I guess it was just a question that you may know off the top of your head. Was this a extra vehicle? Some of the departments we've allowed extra vehicles.
Right. I don't believe so. Let me look here.
I don't know that they are one of the departments that has an extra vehicle.
Lynn, are you online?
She is online. I assumed it was part of the VRNR and the normal.
That's right.
I am. Can you hear me?
I think it is. I just want a clarification of that.
Can you hear me?
Not one of the.
Yeah, we can hear you, Lynn.
Yes, Lynn.
Okay, it's a replacement vehicle. We customarily have 3 vehicles that we use because we do the code enforcement.
Right.
We have the inspector that drives 99% of his work time is on the road. And then we have a 3rd vehicle for using if we need to do backup inspections, a vehicle is down for maintenance or anything like that. The SUV that we surplused last year because something went wrong in the engine and it wasn't feasible to pay the big bill to fix it. So we've been operating on 2, which at times can put us in a bit of a pinch.
Right. So I
So
guess my question is, so your department has 3 vehicles that are permitted by the commissioners. Some of the departments have replaced a vehicle and then kept the old one, so making them now have 4. Your department is now one of those, correct?
Correct. We have 3 vehicles, and so now what we're doing is looking to replace Gene's vehicle because his has almost 150,000 miles on it, and not rely just as our only backup, the SUV that, in my opinion, could be questionable as well, because it's starting to make some smells. So we don't want to get in a pinch where we do not have adequate vehicle coverage to perform inspections this summer or anything like that.
Got it. Thank you.
And we try to pick something that will hold up well to the off-road situations that we sometimes have to go to new driveways, or when we have to go up to a cell tower site or something along that line.
I was happy to see it wasn't another Ford Explorer.
No, it's an Exploder, but ours is not even as good as an Explorer. I don't think. It's an Expedition, and they have not held up well.
Right. So, okay, thank you. I'm good.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 13 items.
I would second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the consent, all 13 items. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passed. So that's consent.
Not payment.
Yeah, we might as well pay the.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the accounts payable number 303682 through 303750 and a DOR electronic fund for a total of $166,393.92 for the date ending February 1, 2021. There were no payroll warrants requiring approval.
I will second that motion.
Okay, so a motion and a second on the accounts payable. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the pay estimate number 1 to Day Wireless Systems in the amount of $3,415.15, which excludes retainage in the amount of $170.76 for a payment amount of $3,244.39 for the radio tower electrical repair contract UTC 13020.
Okay.
I would second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the pay estimate number 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Okay. Well, we're just left with the fun stuff. Do we know, has the prosecuting attorney happened to join? Haven't seen him, no. Okay.
Lee, have you sent him an email or anything?
When it was initially sent, I haven't sent him one. Now I can.
I don't know if this is a big enough issue that we should make sure he's here or not. I'll leave that to the chairman to decide.
I would say.
I'm gonna pause for half a second, fix that camera, so when I lean back, I don't disappear anymore.
right, well, I guess we will go ahead. We can at least start the discussion on it. And then if we choose to, we can take action or not take action depending on what. And then, you know, there's nothing the board can do that it can't undo at a future if there is some issue.
Are we talking about?
Yeah, the resolution.
Lynn, do you want to give any background on the resolution that I didn't speak to?
The only thing I would say is that we've had a few complaints that have revolved around raw sewage, both of which I believe were drain fields that were left open and not recovered or were failing. And with the heavy rains, then that's when it became apparent to neighbors that the sewage was running where it didn't belong. And with the current resolution, it was my understanding from having talked to Mr. Cannell before that meant I did not do anything. And so I understand the drastic nature of raw sewage going into other people's yards. And so I'm favorable of something being done if it is an agreement of myself and the environmental health director to pursue those cases currently, because that could potentially have a bad consequence to make people sick or that sort of thing. And my understanding was also that for the complaint that came in questioning the slope stability during heavy rains, that those sorts of things where it's a more critical health risk, safety risk, and doesn't always have the luxury of waiting until things are back to normal, those things we could address. Junk vehicles and things like that will still be on the back burner, but the more critical things will be able to be dealt with now.
Okay, I do see, thanks, Lynn. I do see the environmental health director is on the call. David, is there anything you want to add to this conversation?
I think the language in the resolution is worded pretty well. It gives us kind of the discretion to work and see what we think is a public health nuisance or harmful to the health of the residents. It gives us a little bit of leeway to see if this is just a broken transport line or if this is a failing, drain field, what's the impact. I also think the language about, with COVID going on right now and the assistance EH is providing, there needs to be a little bit of backup in case EH could not provide that kind of correspondence. So I'm happy with the current language with the proposed resolution. And some of those things can be a little tricky with weather conditions. So sometimes it's not best to do work when the soil is not workable. So it can just be a little tricky. So that's all I have to say right now.
Okay.
Well, I'm good with it if you guys are done with discussion.
I mean, it seems like a practical, solution in really for critical, really emergency situations. My only caution would be to it is that, there is discretion in it, and where I think we need to be careful. We, meaning you directors, need to be careful that, as to, that you're on really good ground as to what actually constitutes basically an emergency, an immediate public health or safety, public safety, what meets that criteria. Because I know from, taking calls from folks that, over the years that, one person's sense of urgency and alarm is not necessarily the same as somebody else's. And it is subjective, and I'm not suggesting you would, as we always do, we will rely on you to use your best judgment, your professional judgment as to what qualifies for that. It's just a cautionary comment on my part.
Right.
Christopher, did you have a comment?
And this is Commissioner Christopher. I would like, and you guys have done a good job so far with these couple of issues in notifying the board, but I would just like to say that if there are more that are something that you guys are possibly going to move on, to keep us informed of what those are, so we can kind of keep tabs on what's going on with this new resolution.
Okay, I guess with that, I would entertain a motion on the resolution.
Jake's baby, so I'll let him make the motion.
Well, I wrote it, so I didn't want to make the motion. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adopt the amended resolution 1020, which suspended investigation and abatement of code enforcement nuisance compliant cases during the pandemic by adding the exception if there's a direct and immediate threat to public health as determined by the agreement of the environmental health director and building and code compliance director.
Okay,
I would second that motion.
You have a motion and a second. This is to amend resolution 17020 with that additional language. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. The resolution is amended. We're still running, which is surprising because we have not had a history of running ahead of schedule.
No.
It's a new month.
It's a new month. Apparently,
I wouldn't get too far ahead of
yeah. Okay.
I would even take a 5-minute recess. Maybe.
Yeah, why don't we do that? We're going to take a 5-minute break.
We don't want to start the next one too soon.
And so we will be back in 5 minutes. So we're adjourned, not adjourned. We're recessed for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Want this or drop it?
All right. Well, we are back from our 5-minute recess. Although apparently I didn't shut the door. I was, no, never mind. I know where I was born. Hello, Chief. Hi, Lori.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Mr. Chairman.
It's kind of weird to see
I'm
him
going
in
to
the
step
same.
out for this first bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from a distance.
I have a question about him stepping out for this first bit. I don't believe it's law. Is it just our county policy that if somebody recuses themselves, they can't even be in the room?
It has been, I don't know what the law is. It's been past practice, especially I have done it myself in that I would say the basis of it is if you recuse yourself, you don't participate in any way whatsoever, which means even, I mean, the interpretation has been even being in the room, you could potentially have an impact on the discussions by your facial or your whatever, where you literally
I say I'm just
out
out of common sense that I understand he recused himself. I'm sure he can figure out what's going on later when he rewatches the meeting, but I would be fine with him sitting there not saying anything, but by law, you might be correct.
Well, no, I don't, I'm not aware.
Also, in what we're discussing for our new committee appointment, if you look at it, the part where you recuse yourself, you step out. So even what we're looking at passing for our committees is the same.
Right. It's just it's just a pass.
And I know historically, Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment.
Right. Because I know I have done it where I participated in when I was on the Planning Commission, I had as a board member, as a commissioner, I've done one where I had a family member that had a short plat that was coming before the board. I just left for the whole
Take his
thing.
laptop with him and go watch it in the other room.
Yeah, well,
He can be-
yeah, that's true. That's different
You can
technology
know
than we
what's
used
going
to
on.
have. Yeah, that's true. So
That was, I guess, my point of having him stay is because he's gonna need to know what happened, but I guess he can pack his laptop with him.
Oh, he'd rather not.
Yeah, or don't go
Can I go with
home,
you?
we'll find you for your other business.
We're getting the easy one on this one, Jake.
Okay, so this is a follow-up discussion regarding the SEPA appeal for the proposed under canvas project. We are a little ahead of schedule, but I think we can at least start the conversation as long as we're not done by 2:45 or before 2:45 where it's on the schedule. So why don't we start first with, why don't you kind of, I would be curious as far as if you could walk through the, obviously the board can choose to hear the appeal. If you can go back through for folks that may have not been here last week as far as the consolidation of the SEPA appeal and the conditional use permit, and then kind of what options are before the board. I think that would be helpful.
Okay. So as you know, we have two SEPA appeals on the under campus SEPA threshold determination, the MDNS. So now we have to proceed with the SEPA hearing. In accordance with the county SEPA ordinance, there's a county code 20.28.030 A1F. So basically, summarize it is whenever we have a SEPA appeal, and if the SEPA appeal is for underlying project action, then by this regulation and state law requirement, we are required to combine the public hearing together and consolidate as one public hearing. For any county SEPA threshold determination, the hearing body is the Board of County Commissioner. So the way I read these regulations is now the county commissioners is the hearing body for the SEPA and the underlying action, which will be the conditional use permit for their proposal.
Does it matter how many appeals there were? So if there was one appeal or 5 appeals, we're in.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And in these regulations and also the county zoning ordinance, we talk about if the underlying action is the quasi-judicial action, which a conditional use permit is, because the hearing body is acting like a judge, more or less, then you also have authority to appoint a hearing examiner to hear both the appeal and the CUP. Doesn't matter who is going to hear it, but this same hearing body has to hear both the SEPA appeal and the underlying conditional use permit. We cannot have the commissioner hear the SEPA appeal and then have the Board of Adjustment to hear the CUP. The statute requires that has to be the same hearing body to do that. And I just want to mention that the county did enter into a cost reimbursement agreement with Undercampus. So if we end up hiring a third hearing, like a hearing examiner, or if we need to do other things that is outside of our normal practices, like renting an area to hear the hearing, that kind of thing, expenses, then Undercampus will be paying for those expenses and not the county taxpayers, just to reference that.
I think that answers a question we had earlier in public comment.
Okay.
I do have one question. If the board determines to hear the case and not send it to a hearings examiner, it's obviously not great that we don't have a tiebreaker. If for some strange reason the board did hear the case, it did vote, and it was a tie vote, then what? Then does it get sent to a hearings examiner, or is it what happens then? Good question.
Yeah, I don't recall of that ever happening.
On the phone.
That's what I'm hopeful that we still don't have the prosecutor.
No, I have not seen him.
That I really don't know.
Yeah,
because
I couldn't find it in the regulation anywhere.
I would, just from a sheer speculative process point of view, is there would be no action because
There's the prosecutor.
the prosecutor has joined us.
He is in the process of doing.
Okay, great. Well, we are just coming up on the
Thought to find that out.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. That's a great question. But yeah, generally,
Don't know that we'll get to that position.
No,
but it'd be
I-
nice to know what that position is.
yeah, what would
If-
happen
if
in
it
that
does.
circumstance? Because you would
why
eventually,
most
there would be
boards
no
would
action
outnumber.
because you couldn't move without the majority. And if you can't reach a majority, then there is no action.
Somebody else has to hear it.
Would
I
have
would
to,
think.
I guess it would be it would be like a hung jury. I mean, I don't know. I do see,
There he is.
Prosecutor Cannell, I do see you on the call. I don't know if you're able to hear us. I hopefully Commissioner Christopher can restate or re-ask his question before you were here. We were speculating.
Well, first off, can you hear us, Mr. Cornell?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Great. So we had a question that if the board chose to hear this case, being there's only two of us, if for some reason at the end of said hearing, one of us was a yes and one of us was a no, what then? Would we, I mean, obviously we couldn't move forward in any direction. Would then we have to send it to a hearings examiner, or what would happen to this?
I don't know. I mean, that's why we generally never try a case before even numbered jurists to avoid the possibility of that. That's why usually you have proceedings before one or typically three judges to hear it. Never heard of a judicial or quasi judicial proceeding going before two people for that very reason. That, you know, I just, you know, I don't know if there's an established protocol in place. I'll be happy to look into it, but I doubt it because I think most people would try to avoid having a judicial or quasi judicial proceeding before two fact finders or two decision makers.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. So I don't know that we necessarily got the answer to our question.
I don't know that there is an answer.
Like I said, common sense would think that then you would send it somewhere else, but we don't really even know that answer. Not saying that we would find on opposite sides. We might very easily find on the same side, but just trying to cover scenarios before we go out there.
Right. Okay, does that feel like you've reframed the at least the process part of it?
Right. So right now we get to the point is we have to decide, and then once we know, then we can start the process of scheduling and all that.
Okay, well, I would say with that, I would open up, because this really is a discussion that the board needs to have with itself over how we're going to proceed. This is a unusual circumstance where we do have one member who has recused themselves. And so we are already starting with, there's the two of us. And so, so we're going to have to kind of work our way through that, what that's going to mean as far as, so I guess I would open it up for a discussion. What are your thoughts, Commissioner Christopher?
I would much rather hear yours first.
Well, that's
I'm gonna bunt.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe I will start. Actually, I would be really helpful for me to get some background information, because I will say from yourself, obviously we had one member recuse themselves. I would be curious. There have been, I guess, reports, allegations, whatever it is, that you, before you were a commissioner, and I'm stipulating that as my understanding, that you did have an opinion on this project one way or the other. Again, I have no direct knowledge of that, and I would like to hear if that, if that's true, and what was the nature of that.
My knowledge of this project, or my involvement in either side of this project, was during my campaign. I did speak opposed to this project. I don't remember talking to any voters about this project, other than like saying my campaign paraphernalia. I do remember someone associated with Under Canvas Project calling me, I want to say it was late October, to try to have a meeting with me, and I told them maybe later after I get elected. He asked me to just keep an open mind. I told him I always do, and I always will. And that was where that was. There was never any meeting or phone call with that individual back again. And I really thought that I did not have any other contacts at all about this ever. But I did yesterday find an email that somebody sent to me from over there on January 10th, so after my election, where they were concerned about, well, the project, but also growth in that side of the county, and it was more than just the project. And I answered them back with growth in the county and just general stuff. But I did make mention to a couple of concerns I had with the Under Canvas project. And I can tell you what those are if you wish. No. But I also feel that I am 100% fair and impartial. I can honestly tell you right now and swear a blood oath that I have not decided this case one side or the other. I will hear the evidence presented to me and I will vote on it. And if that makes people angry, that makes people angry. That's who I am. That's what I am. Because I also don't think that just because we have a contact, oh, sorry, forgot to add, late December, I believe one of the people appealing this donated $250 to my campaign. But again, if we're going to recuse ourselves anytime that you got a campaign contribution, I'm going to be the least of the recusers. If we're going to recuse ourselves every time we happen to know somebody or talked about something, I'm going to be I've lived here the least, so I'm going to be the least of my, the recusers. If I actually thought that I was going to be biased, I would step aside in a heartbeat. But same deal, I've had opinions on the solar issue up here. Do I think I would be fair and open if that project came before me right here? Absolutely. I don't think we should have to recuse ourselves because you have an opinion of this project, that project, one way or another, if you can keep a fair treatment during the quasi-judicial process, which we are maybe about to open. So yeah, that's essentially my contact with this entire, and I've had far more contact with every other issue in this county than this one.
Well, I'm going to start as far as I can only speak to myself. I don't like not hearing appeals or having, I think even, I've sat on some pretty tough ones before that were, but I think that's part of the job is that you do get elected and we are the citizens' representatives to hear these cases. That said, part of when you're acting, at least for me, when I'm acting in a quasi-judicial way, it's not just can I be fair, because I would not participate. I've never participated in anything that I felt like I couldn't be fair. But the doctrine is actually appearance of fairness. That's the doctrine, not can you be fair? Does it give the appearance? Could other people either accurately or inaccurately, would it give a reasonable person that you maybe have a bias one way or the other on a project that's before you? And so as far as in this case, ultimately, as far as your recusal is up to you. I can't, like all I can do is say what my expectation is, and it would seem, and again, it's not, my preference is that I don't like it, but I think for the appearance of fairness, that we should not hear this, and it should go to an independent third party, to a hearings examiner, even though that's not my, what I would like to see happen. And again, that's not saying I don't think you can be fair. It's not that, but there's a lot of interest around this. Part of it is, folks are so, it's all about litigation, no matter on what side of the issue you are on, and are there grounds for appeal? And you could make the argument that, when you're a private citizen and we're a candidate before you're a commissioner, your opinion should, that really shouldn't be held against you. But I suspect that there's going to be folks that, depending on how, if we hear it and we approve it, the folks that are opposed to it are going to appeal based on that there was a bias on the board. If we deny it, the project proponent is going to appeal on the very same grounds. And so again, I don't say that to say I don't think you can be fair. It isn't all. I take you at your word. I believe you could be fair. I think you would be fair, but it's the appearance of the fairness. That's actually the standard. And so that would be my preference. And I would support, especially where there is a reimbursement agreement. So there's not a fiscal or financial component of this, as far as there's no cost to the taxpayers. It's just, I would say the downside is I feel like I'm not doing my job by hearing it. So,
well, I'm going to ask the chairman to make the decision. If the petitioners of the appeal or the under canvas folks are on the call, what they think, since I fully now disclosed,
right?
I would be curious what they say before I take the next step.
Okay.
Because in the fairness doctrine, it does say that as a candidate, you can talk about whatever you want. My only glitch is this one email. And that's the only thing even tipping my decision right now. Otherwise, I would be adamantly opposed to sending this off to a hearings examiner.
Right.
So I would be curious, under the same fairness doctrine, anybody that's going to make a claim that I may have a conflict of interest needs to do so expediently. So I would be curious if they're on the phone and they're willing to make that claim right now.
I guess I would, in the interest of, we like to have open communication with folks. I want to be really careful that we're not gonna, I do want to hear from folks. I mean, I'm open to.
Right. I only want to hear from the appeals people or the project developer, not the community.
Right.
I mean, if you want to hear from the community, I'm fine with that.
No, because I think then we're basically having a hearing. We're having a hearing,
right.
Man, and now we're conflicted again because we're taking testimony.
But I'm also, if we do decide to hear this and they come on now and say they don't have a problem with it, that's going to go a little farther if they challenge it later, saying they do have a problem with it.
Prosecutors
As unmuted, Prosecutor Cannell.
Just 2 points. First, I think it's putting the applicant in an unreasonable position that they need to step forward right now and have a public spectacle of making an issue out of a conflict. If Mr. Christopher, you don't believe you have a conflict, then say so, and I think that would be sufficient. Second, I'm going to be logging off of this meeting. I cannot participate in any meeting in violation of the proclamation set forward. We are in phase 1. We are prohibited from having in-person business meeting. Every other jurisdiction locally and even neighboring counties are conducting their hearings via Zoom. I cannot just participate in the active engagement in a criminal activity anymore. So if there's any further opinions or anything to be sought of me, if you guys make a motion and get me a request, I'll satisfy that. But in good faith, good conscience, as an officer of the court and a representative of the state of Washington, I cannot participate in this. Thank you.
That was interesting.
Okay, well, I guess as the chair, I'm gonna take the advice. I do believe, I think that would put the applicant in a.
I would agree with that. But like he said, if I said that I wouldn't be biased, he would accept that. On the spot, I've had a week to think this over, and I was fine with what I was going to do until I found this email last night. And I've had 24 hours to soak it in, and I still ain't come up with an answer yet.
Right.
Because I agree, like you, that we're paid to do our job, and I'm afraid that if I step out of this one because of one email, how many more do I have to step out of because of one email or two emails? Or can you not ever have a conversation with your constituents because of possible future zoning or something?
No, I mean, my advice to that, having some experience with this, is there is a difference between a general conversation if there is not a project that is in process. That's totally fair game. And I would say, from my perspective, the discussions we're having with the folks out on Knight Road about that, that's perfectly appropriate. We don't have there's no project.
But as soon as there's a permit.
As soon as there's a permit and where there is a public process that is set up for that permit, you have to have all communication must take place through that public process, because it is, you will be acting as the judge. And if you are going before a judge and you're in a civil matter, and your opponent could go and have a conversation with a judge outside of court before you would be, that wouldn't be fair.
In my email to this guy, I even stated out, and the only reason this email was even written or responded to was because back then I was under the interpretation or the impression that if this got appealed, it would go before the Board of Adjustment, not to us.
Right.
So with that, I would never be a judge. So I answered the email. If this was just my rhetoric during a campaign, in the fairness doctrine, they explicitly point that out as fully legal, and every judge will sign off on it. It's explicitly pointed out in there. The only issue could be is one email. All the eyes in the room, all the eyes on Zoom, looking at me to make something happen. Wish I had an answer that fast.
Yeah. I know, it's tough. It is tough. I'm not sure, well.
I reached out last night to council after I found this email, asked for his interpretation. Did not receive anything. Hence the reason why I'm still chewing this in my mind.
Possibly, we could continue this discussion until next week. Do you think that extra week would give you some extra time to think this through?
I don't know that it's going to change my mind. My mind already knows what I have to say, and it just doesn't want to do it.
Well, I'm waiting. I can't make a motion up as the chair.
You could recuse yourself, Dave.
I could, and it would fix the problem.
Because then it
would be a no. I mean,
I don't know. If one little email changes everything in the next 4 years, what kind of can of worms does that open?
Well, I think the difference is, again, it's in a and it's hard. It's really hard to keep yourself in a place where you can, where you can really give the appearance of fairness, that you really have not, kind of indicated or had a position or kind of leaned one way. That's super hard to do. It is hard because I can tell you from experience, it's hard for me because I want to comment on.
During this process, are you by then allowed to go read all the SEPA documents that she has on the board?
Sure, that is that.
You just can't say what you think about those documents.
Right. And that you should, also, there is a difference in, and this took me a little while to figure out. It is project specific that where there's going to be, you're going to act quasi judicially. Like if there is a zoning change or it is a kind of comprehensive legislative action, that's different. You are actually, I would say, I would encourage communication, interaction with your constituents, everything, because it's not it's when you're acting like a judge where there's two parties, then you have to keep yourself where you're not showing, or at least even looking like you've got an opinion one way or the other. You can't express an opinion.
Right, and that's where everything that was done during the campaign, I don't even judge that.
Right, I mean,
because the fairness document says that's fine. The one email is
right.
What's making me weigh my mind off of one email that was sent last night. Right. And in that email, I did mention, and I'm going to bring it up. Concerns I had were risk of fire. They're proposing fireplaces in their yards with spark arresters, and I think propane would be much smarter for city folks smoking on roads. And I also had potential that I still want to investigate on why that road was put on the 6-year road plan, right above and right below that property. Those are the things I addressed to this gentleman who was not anybody in this application. I think the person lives in White Salmon, don't have any idea who they are. Right. With that, no matter how much I hate to do it, I think we should send it to a hearing examiner. Still not recusing myself, but I would say we'll send it to
There
a
you go.
hearing examiner.
There you go. I would take that as a motion if you need that on the record.
You'd make me cry if I made a motion about it.
And I will second that. So do we have concurrence on that? I will say aye.
Unfortunately, yes. I totally think I'd be 100% fair.
Right. And I'm not saying you wouldn't. It's hard.
If it wasn't for this one email, I would fight it to the death. But because of the email, I have to worry about taxpayer funding being spent in litigation.
All right, is our current hearings examiner still on retainer for 2021? And would that be?
We have the email or the letter.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I believe so, because the contract is set up in such a way that he will continue to be our hearing
Until we
examiner
fire.
unless, he is put on notice or he gives notice. But I can double check on that.
Okay.
And then I just have a follow-up question is, would planning department be the lead on this SEPA appeal in dealing with the hearing examiner, or would the prosecutor's office would take over to have any communications? Because my concern is the appellants and the applicants, they both, I guess all parties are pretty much represented by legal counsels.
I would say, I don't have an answer for you. I don't. My suggestion, considering we don't have the prosecutor now understanding his point of view, why he hasn't been on here, I would suggest that we defer giving you some answer until we have an opportunity so that we can actually talk to the prosecutor, I guess, in a format that is acceptable.
Appealing.
Appealing, and so, which I think we're gonna deal with here pretty quick.
Okay.
So we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
The public speak.
Excuse me?
I'm an opponent of this project.
The appealer wants to comment.
No, I'm actually not going to, I'm not going to allow public comment. I think the decision has been made as far as what we're doing. This isn't a public hearing. It's the board's discussion. So we're actually going to move on from this.
Okay, I sent some questions. And I think they should be made a part of this record. We have no way of telling if that's a legitimate email to him. And if it wasn't sent by the proponents in order to attempt to discredit one of the commissioners.
Excuse me, ma'am, you're not in order right now. I said we're not going to take, I'm not going to take public testimony on this issue right now. The decision, you are perfectly free to send an email to the Board of Commissioners anytime, and I would invite you to do that. So let's move on. We paid the bills. Appeal fee schedule, something easy. Yes, and I believe this is now this isn't this matter anymore, and so we will invite.
This matters.
Oh yeah, it may well matter. But he has not recused himself, to my knowledge, on this issue.
That took a while, guys.
Yeah. Don't trip in the blood.
Yeah. The blood of the tears. Okay, so.
This is more in general in terms of the fee schedule. So the last update was in 2011, and that was an update to amend the cost that was adopted in 1994. So now it's been almost 10 years. In April, it'll be 10 years since we adopted this fee schedule that we are currently using. I'm not here to suggest that we should, amend our fee schedule or increase the fees or anything like that, because planning department is not a fee for service department. And I think,
Yeah, I can get your budget out and attest to that.
Yes. But we could, if you want us to.
No.
But the biggest challenge that I noticed for the last almost 10 years is whenever we have to assign an appeal fee, it becomes a challenge. Because before we adopted the 2011 ordinances, we only have one appeal fee for all projects. Doesn't matter if it's a home or a larger project or a conditional use permit or anything like that. But the current structures, we have 3 classifications, Class A, B, and C. And we rely on the project value to assign a classification to these projects. And then if anything that's less than 500,000 is a Class A, anything between 500,000 to $1 million is a Class B, and anything over $1 million, or if this is a legislative type projects like amendment to ordinances and things like that, then there's a Class C, and the fee is $4,000. There's no definitions in terms of the value of the project. We always take the applicants. They give us the number, we take that at face value. We don't fact check because we don't know how. We don't have the definitions or anything like that. And for a lot of the recent discussion for any pending projects or potential projects, there's comments about appeal fees, like how does the planning department determine whether this is a Class A or Class C? But what it comes down to is the appeal is a way for the public or for the applicant to participate in the due process, the public process. So if you disagree with the decision made by the planning department, you could have an opportunity for a reasonable fee to cover the cost to file an appeal, to go through that process. So I'm bringing this up to your attention today is because I would highly recommend for us to make a minor amendment to our fee schedule to have only one appeal fee. If you are interested in doing that, then planning staff will do some research and we'll look at some other jurisdictions, compatible to our county to see what the fee structures look like. Also, we have one fees for most of the projects. You know, if this is a conditional use permit, it's $500. But some project is more complicated than the others. So I'm just thinking that to recoup some of the staff time and the cost that we spend on that, potentially we could also incorporate like an hourly fee. So if, for example, if staff spend more than 15 hours in reviewing the application, then anything beyond the 15 hours, we can charge them an hourly fee if that's something that you are amenable to do that. We can incorporate that into the new ordinance if we're going to go that route. Just a suggestion, but the focus mainly is really on the appeal fee.
So I had a question. How do we, like in the previous topic, we have a reimbursement agreement in so that we can, because of the complexity of the project, that the applicant, it's not the taxpayers that are paying for the review, it's the project proponent. How do we arrive at that? Yeah.
So we do have a.
Because some projects we do it and some projects we don't. And what's the criteria?
So that was a decision that I made, and my decision was made based on a planning department policy, because we do have, because the whole idea for us to have an appeal process is for the public to participate in this process.
Right.
I issued the SEPA determination twice, and I read and heard every single comment along the way. And I issued the MDNS based on my best professional judgment and based on the information that was provided to the planning department. So I issue what I think is appropriate, but I also understand that there are a lot of participants or residents in the area that they may not agree with my decision. And I think they would like to have an avenue to appeal my decision. And I want to make that, reasonable and wouldn't create any financial hardship to them.
Right.
And therefore I classify that in the SEPA determination as a Class A and has a $200 appeal fee.
Okay. Commissioner Christopher.
Multitude of things. Okay. The minute you said that, I just lost all train of thought.
Oh, sorry. That was not my goal.
I agree with her that the appeals process, while a pain in the butt sometimes, is needed and is necessary. Looking at the old fees, it looks like they were $175. That in 2011, that board chose to jack them up to $2,500 and $4,000. I think I know why.
You were missed the first tier.
Well, 200 for the regular basic rate.
Right.
I think I know why they made the fees exorbitant. What I feel is exorbitant for the average taxpayer out there, and that's to lower the number of appeals and lawsuits and whatnot. And while I understand that raising them up to this number might benefit the county financially through the legal department, I do think we're doing a disservice to our citizens by making them that. So I am 100% in favor of reducing that exorbitant fee. Now, I think I also remember, did the past board lower down the fee for under canvas to $400? Did I remember hearing that? Or did they have to pay $4,000?
It's a $200 because the planning department, the planning director made a decision on the SEPA MDNS, and I said the appeal fee is a Class A, therefore it's $200.
Okay, so theoretically, according to our thing, it should have been a Class C at 4,000 because it's over $1 million.
Yes.
And you took it upon yourself to make it 200. Yes. Well, personally, I want to thank you for that. I think the citizens out there should thank you for that. I think we as a board need to look at this and rethink why we made the fees that high, and if we're actually doing the public a service or trying to hinder the public from speaking.
Okay. Comments?
I think that we have to look at this from both sides. I'm not going to question what the previous board did. I think Dave was a member of that board. So he can speak to why he did that. My fear is in the future that we are going to take the SEPA process and make it the de facto process. It's easy to appeal a SEPA. It's much harder to appeal the actual CUP.
Right.
And so what you de facto do is you have people fighting and bring me a rock, bring me a different rock, bring me another rock, all the way through any projects to make it so expensive that your neighbor can't do something on their property, which they're conditionally allowed to do. And what they're going to use is the environmental process in order to get that. You see that with the federal NEPA process all the time. And so you use the cost of the appeal process in order to get what you want, which does a disservice to your community as well, especially when it's pitting one neighbor against another. So I think we have to, I'm not saying one is more right than the other. I'm just saying that we have to think of this from all sides of the discussion, that both the appealer has rights as well as the person who's proposed a project.
And I would 100% agree with that. I think the reason some of these fees are as high as they are is I think some of the appealers have brought it on themselves by appealing everything, that they're now being priced out of the market. I don't know that if I was setting the standard, I would make it $200 because that's everything we do is going to be appealed at $2,000. But I do think for the standard person who doesn't appeal everything, he just happens to live next to a project that is huge in nature. He's never appealed a thing in his life. $4,000 is an awful lot of money to have his thing. So don't take it out on the guy who's never appealed a thing because somebody else appeals everything. I guess that's where I'm saying is there's got to be a number in the middle that still kind of achieves them, because you're never going to achieve the purpose. If this was 10,000, we would still have an appeal to certain projects.
I guess we also have to look at it. What's the cost to actually go through the
I guess
appeal
I would
process?
say this too, is there something written in here where the board can vote to lower the cost on a certain project or for certain people? I guess you can't do it for certain people, but you could do it on I don't know, that would be an interesting one. But I just think there's projects and people that deserve to have an appeal that they just never can afford $4,000 to have an appeal.
I don't think we can look at there's not a place in the process for the board to, because then we're giving the appearance of deciding one or the other before we've heard it. And since we're the appealing body, that's why this was created in the first place. And what you see is that now, when you have a large project, something that's over $1 million, the appeal piece, $4,000, you have multiple people come together to raise the money to make the appeal fee make sense. And you see that all the time.
I will say for my part, the historical piece of it is this conversation that we're having now was exactly the same conversation we had in 2011, where the concern was we don't want to do anything that folks have a right to due process. Both sides of an issue have rights as far as that if it's a project that it's mom and pop that they have legitimate concerns about it, that dollars should not be used, as a thing that keeps them from being able to have their concerns raised. But on the other side of the issue too, and I've just been in trouble all day, so I don't really care.
You've been easy.
No, it's like I'm not gonna be as smart as I should be about what I'm saying, but I like to just tell the truth. The biggest issue in 2011 were really, from my perspective, frivolous lawsuits, or the threat of frivolous lawsuits, frivolous appeals on $100 million wind project that threat of appeal was used to extract what I considered to be extortion from the project, because for $200, you could stop a project. And if they were especially projects that, and those were really time sensitive because the tax credits were going to expire, so it was really easy, and it became an industry for some folks. So the change was a result of that. And I'm just being honest, since I'm the only one of the board that was here then, they're not here to say I'm not telling the whole story. That was one of the primary drivers behind it. So we tried to weigh a number that was reasonable, the actual number, if I recall, that number, it wasn't really supposed to be punitive. It was really supposed to be to recoup staff time and investment. We said, well, we're all fine with using taxpayer monies that we don't get reimbursed for citizens that have legitimate concerns. I'm happy as far as, because you're paying for that process through paying your taxes, that you should have the right to have access to the system to file your appeal, and we should pay for that. If you are a cottage industry going after to make money on it, why are the taxpayers paying the $2,500 of staff time and expense so that you can try to get something out of one of these big projects? And so that's what we weighed that around. We tried to come up with a number that was defensible in that, on a big multi-million-dollar project, we will probably have more than $4,000 worth of staff expense, taxpayer expense. And so you should have some skin in the game. And so that's how we came up with that. So I don't know what the answer is. I do too. I don't like people that are priced out of being able to appeal just because they're little, even if it's a big project. It's not, they should have the right to.
I was unaware that she had the power to charge whatever she wanted there.
Well, I think that we're going to have a discussion about that, because I'm not sure, other than, the SEPA.
Because I think there's some potential.
Because I will say that does concern me, because it is. I'm not saying I disagree in this circumstance. I'm just saying there is, because when you start using discretion, that you create more risk. You
right.
Can, right.
And that's kind of my opinion, where I personally, on record in front of everybody on this meeting, that I want to see those numbers at least cut in half. And if you guys don't want to do it, that's fine. You're on the record and not wanting to, but I want to cut that 2,500 in half, and I want to cut 4,000 in half, because I think that's an extraordinary huge number for the average person.
So we have multiple issues here.
Yeah.
Number one, did Mochi create precedent in policy, and is that a written policy where you cut the fee down? Or was that just policy within the department?
I think that's a Dave Grinnell issue.
You won't hear from me a reprimand, because I trust that you did what you felt was right. And my job as a commissioner is to give you the direction that I trust that you're doing the right thing. The other issue we have here is that people are not appealing the project, the SEPA. People are appealing the county's process, which is the SEPA, that SEPA checklist. We have an agreement in place for, like, the most recent thing that came before the board that I'm not a part of, that you guys said that there's a cost reimbursement agreement on that side, right? And that costs money in order to go through that process on one side. You should also have to cost the other side money in order to go through that whole process too. Otherwise, we get into what was happening years ago, which was an absolute valid concern, where we could have lost many projects. And so I trust that you guys did the right thing 10 years ago when you reset the appeal numbers. So that, you know, appealing your neighbor for what they're trying to do, maybe it's build a building or something, it's $200. Well, the SEPA on that isn't going to be a 5,000 page document, where large projects, the SEPAs are practically EISs. Some of the SEPAs that we see now are actually more than the EISs that we used to do 10 years ago. There's more traffic studies, there's more studies that, you know, is what a normal EIS is. And that's where we're going with the SEPAs. That's where we're going with the, you know, the EAs, the environmental exclusions for the federal ground, is that these documents just keep getting bigger. So the process of getting through the process is now more than the actual construction of the project. On a small project, you know, what you want to do on your house or you want to do on your farm, we have to wait that. And I trust what Mochi did. I'm sure the prosecutor might throw his hands up in the air over it.
I would advise, and at least from my standpoint, thank you for what you did in lowering the fees. But I think in the future, whatever we decide needs to be followed for everybody, regardless of who they are or what they are. So we need to determine right now so that she isn't put in the place of lowering fees later. I've stated that I think they need cut in half, and I think we either need to do that or you guys either need to say you're opposed to that, and then we move on.
So let me just, I may not have the authority to do that, but I did that because I want to make sure everyone has a place in this process. So I admit I did it possibly wrong, and this will never happen again.
No, we love you. We love you.
No, don't. It's not.
I felt that we have sufficient, since we have the reimbursement agreement, if we have an appeal, we will have that covered for our costs, because the appeal fees mainly is to cover the costs associated with the appeal.
Right.
And that's with so many changes with the application. I'm not trying to make excuses, but there's always a questions in terms of how many spots they can have. So anyway, I did the decision to make that a Class A based on my best judgment at the time. I'm wrong, and I apologize, and it will never happen again if I'm still here.
Well, see, I wouldn't necessarily say it was wrong. I think you did it with your heart.
But that I shouldn't be doing it because I have my professional capacity to do things, and I shouldn't set precedent like Commissioner Anderson was saying. And I should just process the applications without putting any of my personal judgment on that. So let's just have that. So the whole reason I'm bringing this to you, I'm sorry.
Mochi, I said the possibility of setting a precedent. What you're hearing from us is that it didn't set.
It didn't set a precedent. We'll fix it.
And that you're not going to see it on your review.
It's not the point. It's that so many people are listening. I want them to have faith in my capacity as the planning director, that I'm fair, whether I agree or disagree with the proposal. I do that based on the adopted ordinances or any policies that's in place. That's what I should have done.
Right, but I think they also see that you have faith in your process because you were willing to lower those fees for the challengers. You thought you did the right thing.
And just for the record,
so
the appellants, they call multiple times to planning department and to the assessor's office to ask how much should we pay for the appeal fees. One of the parties, they actually provide multiple checks just to get their bases covered so they can file a valid appeal.
Right.
And so I hope my mistake will not make this appeal process, make it more difficult than it really is. Because I trust the process and I just want the people hear the issues and the matters, not what I did or what I didn't do. And the reason I bring this to you is I'm not talking about a dollar only. It's because when we rely on the value of the project, I don't have a good definition of how do you consider what is the value of the project. If you buy a home that is over $500,000, which is not uncommon in the west side of the county, it could easily be a Class B project for whatever you do. If you want to add a deck to your project, to your house, you add the purchase price to it. It's over $500,000.
Because that brings up another case to me is my computer just died, so I've lost all my notes. But it's like the CUP, to file for a CUP, it was like $500. To appeal it, it's $4,000. What? I think we're singling out a few residents and we're taking the rest of the county down with those few residents.
Most CUPs are not on multi-million-dollar projects. When it is a multi-million-dollar project, we have an ordinance for the cost reimbursement in place. So it might be $500 for the CUP, but you also have the cost reimbursement that pays for everything else. And so that weights that.
Right, but if it's my computer died again, so going off memory, if it's a project between 500 and 100 or in 100 or in $1 million, it's a $2,500 appeal. So if you bought a $550,000 house build kind of thing on a CUP, you're at $500, and the neighbor that doesn't want you there pays $2,500. One of them is far more detailed than the other one, and I would say the actual permit is far more detailed than the appeal.
I would say that we should probably take this to a workshop at some point, because we're probably not going to make a decision today.
My decision's made. It's up to you guys to make.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because I don't want to make a snap decision on something. I'd say, let me just first say, for the record, for folks listening, Mochi, I have absolute faith in your professional judgment. You are the fairest planning director, even your predecessor, who I had great affection for and great respect for. You are the fairest, most fact, data-driven person we could have in that job. So
I would agree.
So just so you folks all listening or watching, yeah. So there's no issue with that. I think it's, but I would support Commissioner Anderson's suggestion that we schedule a workshop, because we need to, because again, the circumstances in 2021 are not what they were in 2011. They could be, I suppose, but I think it is time. It's been 10 years. I think we really should revisit this and let this board have a discussion about what, that was a policy that was set 10 years ago, and times have changed. The board has changed, and I think it's time.
Remember that statement.
I will remember that. I'm a fair guy.
I'm going to remind you in about 5 minutes.
And I guess the intent for me to bring this up today is just want to know if the board is interested. If so, then I will do some more research.
Sounds like we're interested.
I never Jay comes.
I think he's interested in having a workshop, which means some
hearing of it. There you go.
Information. So
I will bring some information and schedule a workshop.
yes.
Yeah, I would really be curious what other counties are doing.
Okay.
I think that's going to say a lot.
Okay. Got anything else easy today before we send you on your way?
No, but thank you for the confidence. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being you.
Yeah. All right. Lori, you be nice to her on the way. I know you can be.
I know, I'm 6 feet away, so no, it's
You're
all.
about 8, actually.
Yeah, you're about 8. So
Oh,
that's good.
I'm out.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's move on to our last final, hopefully, I don't know, well, I know what topic we've got to get dealt with.
Clean this.
You're the last person,
okay.
other than last time, they're gonna lay me out.
Maybe for
down there.
weeks.
Weeks. All
Yeah.
right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Do we want to do board pending before elected official? Because I don't think we're going to get the other elected.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dave's not coming back, so I don't think
it's gonna matter.
Yeah, he's checked out. You didn't hear that part?
I was out of the room.
You might want to rewatch the video. I'm not going to repeat it. But
You guys will be discussing it, so he'll.
Yeah, you'll get it. You'll get the flavor of it.
Oh, okay. What did you have? You had something on board pending?
What do you want to talk about?
I got.
So, actually, I do. Going on what I told Dave I would remind him of in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Is what happened 10 years ago is different now. And now that we have decided as a board that any solar projects hooking to the Knight Road substation will not go through the EOZ process, they will go through the CUP process. This is not a motion for a moratorium on the EOZ. This is a request that the board finds that since that things have changed since 2011, the last time the EOZ was looked at, that we reopen the EOZ to possible future ideas and changes. Since we're not using it, not a moratorium, it's not going to stop anything connected to Knight Road. If we think our EOZ is lacking in any way, let's fix it.
Should have asked that when she was still here, because that all comes down to what she has on her plate, how much time, effort that she has on all the other projects
We got
send her.
forever. We don't have to close it down. We could play with it and still accept permits. I'm not asking for a moratorium. I'm not asking for us not to accept permits. I'm asking for us to open it up, add some things that need added. If that gets added before a permit, fine. If it doesn't, fine. But there's no reason to kick it down the road, because when she's done with this fiasco we just got done with, she's going to be headlong into the next fiasco. And if you look at her vacation request, the poor woman is overworked and never gets to go on vacation. So unless we're sending her on vacation, let's start fixing a problem that at least I admit is a problem. Or we can talk about it in the next workshop. We don't need to make that decision today. I'm kind of springing it on you. So let's hold that over. You guys can think about that one and keep giving you all these thinking abouts.
Right.
Oh, I already did appeal fees. Are any of you guys having any interest in doing the NACO conference that we got an email on a while back?
I think I signed up. Did I
Did
sign
you
up?
register? No.
Oh, okay, good.
It's
I
not
thought,
registered any of us, and that's why it's a discounted rate if multiple people do it, and
right.
so I was curious.
Generally, I would say it's a good
I say I wanted to do it. One of the meetings was a Zoom meeting on a Tuesday that we'd either have to change the board meeting or just not go to that
Right.
one particular Zoom meeting, and I told her I just wouldn't go to that Zoom meeting.
No, my thing would say is if you, as someone that's done that lots of times, it's a really good conference. This will be different. I've never done a virtual one,
Right.
so
Right.
I would say yes. And
I'm
that's
gonna sign up for that then.
Are you gonna do your own registration, or would you like me to?
I will let you do it.
Okay.
That's smart. Anybody else on there?
I'll look into it. I
It
gotta
was-
see what else I have going on.
It was one of those things, if I remember the fees, it was like $275 for the first person, $225 for the second person, and the third person was free. I mean, it was a weird price thing, which is
And
why I'm asking this question.
And I think they've stretched it out over a longer period of time,
I think
because
it's the
normally
8th to the 12th.
it's what was that? Say that again.
8th to the 12th.
Oh, no, that is did not. That's like the typical.
I
Maybe that was
gonna say,
something else.
Like I said, I thought it was a couple days.
I've went in
a couple
person.
the
Yeah,
next
it's a really good, I would recommend it. When
So
we
you
go
have two
next
maybe.
year
Yeah.
to
Or
go, whatever it is. It is a really good, especially once anyway. I've been multiple times, more for the turn more into the lobbying.
I would say, I would imagine it would be way better in person, just like everything.
Right. But it's good networking. There's great conference. That's the one that I will say I've been to the annual, and I would say this legislative conference is a better, like if I was going to pick one or the other, this is better as far as it seems like the speakers are more high powered, and maybe it's because it's always in DC. And so you will actually get a workshop that might be put on by the Secretary of Defense. I mean, literally, and you're just like, wow.
It may be all or not to send an email about a potential project that's going on.
Yeah. They will have that.
Well, that's the other issue is normally we have the new elected officials training thing. We had a little thing in December. Their plan was to do more in January, February. Anyway, so that one's done.
Yeah.
The EIS scoping on the pump storage, did any of you guys key into that?
I did not. I am scheduled for the 2 days from now.
The one the other night I keyed into that one, and it was short and sweet.
Okay.
And they asked for public comment on what they should look at. There was like 3 people that commented. They were all in favor of pump storage. Okay. Nobody gave them any ideas on what to check for. Okay. And that was the end of that.
Okay. Good.
So it was kind of surprised me that there was nobody in opposition, but maybe that was a good thing. Other than that, I had one email that I was going to bring up, but my computer died, so I can't even get to it right now. So I'll have to live without it.
Okay. Jake?
Getting back to, this is a new board, 10 years, blah, blah, blah. One thing that is going to be a very long-term process of repairing, and that is repairing the relationship with the Yakima Nation and the tribe and the tribal council, which changes just about as regularly as we do. And the last real moment that we had was our prosecuting attorney and Jim went on the horns up in Toppenish. But I think it's time
what was that now?
They traveled over.
They traveled over to have a discussion, a 3-hour discussion with tribal council. And from
was this about a friendship, or was this about track D?
No, it was about everything.
It was just general relationship.
Just general communication back.
I'm unaware that happened, so that's okay.
And but that's also been 7 years ago or so, and tribal council is completely different. This board's completely different. I'm not saying that everything will be fixed in a matter of days, weeks, years, or decades, but we have to start making that process to give the olive branch and open lines of communication. The tribe is doing things in Klickitat County, including the Wish Ram project. The track D thing will soon be over. But yet, no matter how it turns out, we're still going to have county property within the bounds of the reservation, county owned and managed. And as that, for the most part, most of the trust lands in Klickitat County have been Yakima owned up until this part, nation owned up until this point. If that goes one direction, you're going to have thousands of acres that are not owned by the nation, that are within the exterior bounds. That's a good reason to have open lines of communication. I worked with the tribe for 5 years in natural resources, and fisheries and all the environmental issues. I don't see how opening up those lines of communication would be a bad thing, and trying to start creating those. I mean, as you've always said, Dave, it all comes down to relationships. And we have to start growing those relationships.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think we do have an opportunity now, because there's been a change, that there could be, it would be an opportunity to try to open those back up. It's possible that maybe the two of you are more suited to I've always had I would say a decent relationship with tribal folks personally, as far as in my interactions, but they're, I can't escape the past, And so I don't know, I guess I would be open to that as far as if that, as you said, you've interacted with them for the last 5 years. I've had lots of really positive interactions, one-on-one or myself with some of the tribal council members, the housing folks have met with them one-on-one. Actually, I've gone over to a couple of their housing meetings where they invited me over. And it's good. So I don't know, but I think there's an opportunity there. It won't happen quickly. There is a my perception is there's a huge level of distrust between the tribal, especially the tribal council and Klickitat County. But you're right. We've got to, if we can, figure out a way to kind of reach out and restart that. I'm all for it.
So my thought would be is the easiest thing to do would be to choose one of us to be a tribal liaison.
I will say part of the frustration with the and that played out when the prosecutor and the former commissioner went over, who was the chair at the time, was the I guess misunderstanding, or that we are in the state of Washington. We as public officials have to abide by the Open Public Meetings Act. If we travel over as the whole board or the majority of the board, that's a public meeting, as we're finding out. And that was a portion of the frustration on the part of the tribal council. They felt, since I'm telling all kinds of tales now, was they felt, disrespected that the only one,
with their history and culture, I can fully see them being disrespected. But again, we have to live within the bounds of the law too. So I don't know that there's a way around that. But I have no problem with a liaison, and I'm new here too. So I mean, if they wanted to reach out to me, I'm here. But if you wanted to take the reins on that, I'm more than happy to give them to you. I said during my campaign that I think the board, it doesn't need to fix that relationship, but it really should try anyway to fix that relationship. And with the new board, I think it's possible. So yeah, I don't know, maybe contact them and explain the open public meetings thing.
And I don't even know if their tribal council's meeting with COVID either.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, apparently, I guess we're going to talk about not at all.
Yeah.
Sorry. Next topic.
So just a thought,
Possibly our
I don't
last.
know do we want to appoint somebody so that
we just did.
Yeah, I think if you're I mean, you have an existing relationship, and if you're willing to.
My existing relationship is not with the local tribes, and you would probably be better than me. So I will say that.
Yeah, so there you go.
Fun.
Any
So do
other
you need a
thing?
motion for that, Lee?
You don't need a motion, you guys know.
We had consensus, and we're, which means if we're unhappy with you, we will unconsensus.
I agree with you guys. Come on.
Right. It is possible.
I did that twice today.
I know, it hurts sometimes. Anything else before we move?
The new COVID changes.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to get us to, but I suspect that's going to be our last topic.
And when we do that, we need to explain why it is our last topic. Yeah. Because we were trying to talk to the prosecutor about it.
Yeah. So apparently, I just want to say for the record, we did get this email forwarded by the prosecuting attorney from the WAPA, which is the Washington Association of Prosecuting and Attorneys, It was today. And it was where the latest, because there's been, and I will say this, in discussing this with there has been great confusion across the state about the latest governor's proclamation, what that meant for boards of commissioners meeting or not meeting. And it was very vague, everybody had different ideas about what it meant. So they did ask for clarification, which apparently they got yesterday.
Whoops.
That said, no, all in-person business meetings are prohibited. So that has now been forwarded to us. Again, I didn't receive this until today after our meeting was underway. The prosecuting attorney obviously feels that we should not be meeting in person, from his statements, and that's which I will respect as far as he is an officer of the court, and if he that's his opinion, I can understand that. So I guess we need to have a discussion. I think that the quote in parentheses, it's in quote, is the direct quote is all in-person business meetings are prohibited in phase 1. In-person business meetings are permitted in phase 2 with limited occupancy. So that's the actual language right out of the
what was
document.
permitted in old phase 1 is no longer permitted in this phase 1.
Right. So it has been clarified.
So we're not like intentionally breaking the rules.
No, it was okay.
It was
before.
a new proclamation.
It was a new proclamation. And so I think going forward, I was hoping HR was listening and they were running over here to save me from myself, but they're not. They turned around with so, is that seems pretty unambiguous. And so
it throws another wrench in the process.
Yeah.
So this means that the courthouse isn't open right now, huh?
You got a COVID tent, be happy with it.
Yeah, that's.
We can meet in the COVID tent, get shots. And
if we can't sit in here 6 feet apart, there's no way this courthouse can be open. And
Right.
so I wanted that for the people who are listening in
Right,
online, because a lot of people want the courthouse to be open. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I think until we enter phase 2, which would likely be.
or until the proclamation changes again.
Or until the proclamation changes again. My theory and best thought is that since we can't meet in person, that we all have the means and ability to do this virtually, completely virtually, including signing the documents, unless you come in. So if that's the case, I think we can sign all of our bills and everything virtually. We have the e-signature policy that's in place. We can sit in our offices or wherever you want, since we're doing everything virtually. And that we should apologize for not doing it immediately to the prosecutor. You say there was some dust up or something when I walked in?
Well, it was a little dust up. I think our plan was we already had this one scheduled. Everybody was here. We knew the prosecutor was coming. I actually wanted some clarification on that. So we were going to discuss this with him during his time, but he discussed it with us 15 minutes earlier than his time.
Oh.
So, and he pointed, we got the hint.
Okay. So with that, I would say that Lee can still be in here and run the electronic equipment. That's fine. We need to let our department heads know that everything is going to be virtually done.
And I would imagine if one of us was in here, it wouldn't be a public meeting, but not more than one of us.
Oh, yeah. I would say that.
Zoom, so it is a public meeting.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, but if one's at home and one's in the office and one's out here, we're not breaking protocol.
Right.
Because we're not in the same room.
Which is what we did at the very beginning.
We did,
Chairman
right.
Chairman Pro Temp sat here and signed
But one
everything.
thing I would say is it's gonna be harder for us to all motion to the chairman that we want to have so I would be game to coming up with ways he can look at his screen and know we want to talk or something if we just sit there with it.
Well, is there a way, I know it doesn't seem to, although most people are off, most of the public, if their screen's off, they're like, if your screen is on, so if you are on a Zoom meeting and you have your camera on, it's going to naturally put you in on the first page.
Right.
Because part of the problem I have is we'll have 3 pages that I have to look through.
Bring the participants up in the column on the right. Anybody with their hand raised will be at the top of that.
Right. Right. So I think we can do, and I would say I will
just
endeavor to
try
really make sure
with
like
the lowest tech device on the table.
Right. Hey, this is only 2 years old, 3 years old.
You can't do anywhere near as much with that as you can with one of these.
Yeah, well, that one's not working right now, is it? So
Yeah.
this is doing.
Mine's doing just charging cables in my office. I don't have enough plugins
to run all your stuff.
Yeah.
No, this will do everything it needs to do for me. So that's fine.
No, I'm good. I know.
Okay,
I wasn't
so
sure if
yeah,
that
so
was
this
the
will be our last
meeting.
in-person meeting until the rules change so that we can legally
Let's hope we go to phase 2.
phase 2 in 2 weeks.
Or we can just have one meeting a month and just not pay the bill either way.
No, we will.
So in order for, if we only have one person here signing, I'll talk to Lee about the best way to do that, but as long as you guys have Adobe Pro, you can go on the G Drive, open it up and sign that document and then save the document.
To be in the G Drive, you gotta be in this building though, correct?
No, your Google Drive works anywhere.
Okay, so you're just talking about you're just going into the share drive.
Yeah, the share drive. And
Opening
you
up
can-
the agenda.
You can open up the packet and you can go right down that thing and
And
add your
signatures.
signatures.
I saw yours in there, so I know.
I was
No,
gonna say,
I was testing it.
I haven't done that before, so I might need walked through that process either through the phone
I
or something.
taught myself last night.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna go try to teach myself that process.
But you need Adobe Pro.
I don't know if it's on there or not.
It's the black one. So we'll have to talk to Jeff about that for all of you. Anyways, it's a good thing to have, so then you can amend the Adobe documents anyway. And Lee's staring at me, so I know I'm in trouble for something.
Oh, no. I wondered how your name got on that resolution.
I was checking to see if you print them off this morning or not.
No, that is your board packet that stays there. Your originals are in the files.
Paper.
So we're gonna have to rethink, do we need to scan all the originals? Or we can just
The
go
originals
to the
there,
packet
and
and
then
print
print
off
it off.
the pages that have signatures on them.
And then you can just print the whole thing off. All signatures.
Print it off after the
But
meeting
your
instead of
items
before
on
the
your
meeting?
packet are not always original quality.
Oh, because those go out on Thursday.
Yeah, those are.
They sometimes get refined.
Yeah.
But we'll figure it out. Usually that's why the signature page quite often is just a signature page because it's
I, at least for now, plan on at least meeting here in my office.
Well, then I can hand him the
Right.
Yeah.
packets.
So
We'll figure out the technical. And again, hopefully it's a short term. This is a week or a couple weeks.
yeah, in a couple of
And it
weeks,
won't
we'll be
matter.
able to use 2 weeks ago's data.
Right. And get us so that we can meet in person again.
Oh,
So,
yeah, 2 weeks ago. It might be-
Okay. Anything else for the good of order? I feel wrung out.
No, I actually feel better now. I've had a very hard 24 hours.
And anybody who's online, thank you for putting up with that.
Yeah.
Thank you for putting up with me.
Sometimes, see, it's not always a good thing to watch how the sausage is made.
No.
But, okay, well, with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adjourn the regular meeting. We don't have any workshop scheduled the rest of the
It's
week.
gonna make workshops interesting too.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. We're adjourned. Thank you, folks online, and we'll see you in a bit, or we'll see you next week.